They are the best of the best. They represent the best of humanity and our most fervent hopes for the future. No pressure.
Folks used to tell kids when I was growing up, reach for the moon. But that's not the objective anymore. Now we've got to revise it to reach for Mars.
And what I'm so excited going forward with Artemis is that when the next astronaut lands on the moon, maybe one of these men and women, and by the way, as the father of 2 daughters, I could not be more excited that we will land a woman on the moon and bring her home safely.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go from mission control, the crew reignite the exploration upper stage engines to leave Earth entirely. The exact timing of this maneuver is critical to reach a speed that can escape Earth's gravitational pull, but also put Orion on a course that will intersect the moon days later. Once this burn is complete, the upper stage of the SLS is jettisoned and the crew aboard Orion coast for several days toward all that awaits them at the moon. Approaching the moon, we see the fundamental differences between Artemis and Apollo. Instead of requiring Orion to serve as an expendable lunar command module or to carry a constrained lunar lander, the Artemis missions will take advantage of a different approach, pre-staging. Everything needed for lunar missions will be positioned in advance by commercial and international partners. This includes rovers, science experiments, and human-rated systems on the surface. But it also includes a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the moon called Gateway. Here at this station, we can pre-stage a robust lunar lander and establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all that lies beyond. Returning to our crew as they approach Gateway, the Orion must match the elliptical orbit of the station in order to successfully dock. Once on board, pre-selected crew members transfer to the lunar lander, while those assigned to Gateway remain on station. The lunar lander system itself is built for 3 unique steps: descending from the halo orbit of Gateway down to a low lunar orbit, descending from low lunar orbit to the surface, and once the lunar mission is complete, launching from the surface of the moon and ascending all the way back to the orbiting Gateway. Once back aboard the Orion spacecraft and undocked from Gateway, the crew fire their engine once to break out of the halo orbit and once again to sling the spacecraft around the moon, placing it on a multi-day trajectory back towards Earth. As they near the end of this journey, the service module is released, and the crew module is oriented heat shield first. Entering Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, the friction of air slows Orion considerably, while also subjecting it to temperatures of 5,000 degrees. With the Orion now at just 300 miles per hour, a series of parachutes uniquely tested and produced for this moment deploy, decelerating the craft to just 20 miles per hour for splashdown. With each successful mission, Artemis ushers in the next wave of men and women to explore our moon and prove that together we are ready to go beyond.
Space travel is hard and unforgiving. It's always been and always will be.
It's going to be hard. There's a new chance of death. Going in a little can through deep space, it's a very harsh environment.
We think you can come back, but nothing is certain.
There are all sorts of challenges we will face on deep space missions. Communication delays, radiation protection, isolation of the crew.
So it is not surprising that some would have us stay where we are.
There's never going to be zero risk. When you're breaking the bonds of gravity, that's just part of the deal.
And it is one of the great adventures of all time.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro, go. Fido, go. Guide, go.
That challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Surgeon, go.
Man in his quest for knowledge cannot be deterred.
Space is not just a destination. It changes you forever.
It'll be tough, really tough, but we have the right people for the job.
We have pressed the qualities for success into system after system.
This country of the United States was not built by those who waited and rested.
Pushed our people past every failure we can dream up.
We have never been more ready to meet the unknown.
Through Artemis, we will once again explore beyond our world.
And we will succeed.
So I was here today speaking to the Excel Academy, and it's an all-girls school here in Washington, D.C., and it was really great to come talk to them about my mission on board the ISS and the space program, and more importantly, how girls can get involved in STEM. When I was little, probably about their age, I remember shuttles launching over and over, and I became fascinated with watching these shuttles launch. And my parents saw this, and they came up to me and said, "Hey, are you interested in working for NASA someday?" I said, "Yeah, I think I want to be an astronaut." So the advice that I give young girls is is pay attention to those who are living and working around you. If you see a field, especially in science, chemistry, physics, engineering, medicine, there's so many fields in STEM that you think you might be interested in, go up and talk to that person. Go and bother them, ask them about what they do. Don't be shy. I think it's hard for young girls because we're very shy and we don't want to go up and talk to people because we feel like we're bothering them. But I tell girls this age to go ahead and bother. Man, I love this job. Number one, certainly after flying on Expedition 56 and 57, all the tremendous science we did on orbit, certainly a lot of science that actually helps humanity, everything from research on cancer to Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's. But man, I get to float everywhere in my line of work, at least when I'm on board the space station, and there's nothing cooler than that.
And as we leave the moon, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return.
You probably dreamed of this.
Liftoff on Apollo 11.
You probably replayed this moment 1,000 times. You probably imagined the awe-inspiring, indescribable rush of the ride. You probably celebrated the miraculous, cheered the momentous, and mourned the shocking. You probably still dream of what could be. We did. We do. And while many thought we were through, no. We've been learning, we've been building, we've been training. And now, it's time. Because the next frontier is not just for the next generation. It's for this generation. It's for me, and it's for you. For everything we still dream about. We go as Artemis.
I've definitely drawn encouragement from mentors that I can see reflections of myself in throughout my life, and so recognizing that we may be offering that for future space explorers or explorers of any kind or anyone pursuing a dream was definitely a privilege and an honor.
This is Mission Control Houston. Good morning. Happy Martin Luther King Day. You are getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station's equipment lock. Just in the background there, Andrew Morgan is assisting Jessica Meir into the crew lock, getting ready for today's spacewalk to upgrade some of the batteries on the outside of the International Space Station. A little bit ahead of schedule, Andrew Morgan helping EV1 today. That's Jessica Meir. She'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes for today's spacewalk. Morgan is there in the crew lock, assisted by Luca Parmitano, helping our two spacewalking astronauts today. Jessica Meir already in that crew lock. Both experienced spacewalkers at this point. Jessica Meir with 2 total spacewalks, 14 hours and 46 minutes of total spacewalking time. This will be her 3rd. For Christina Koch, this will be her 6th spacewalk, totaling 35 hours and 17 minutes of cumulative spacewalking time. Christina Koch will be EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes. Today's spacewalk to upgrade the lithium-ion batteries, one of a series of spacewalks to do so, will be the 226th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, designated as Spacewalk 63, the 63rd out of the Quest airlock. Again, Jessica Meir in the background there. She'll be EV1 facing downwards towards the hatch. She'll be the first one out today, beginning today's spacewalk at an estimated 5:50 a.m. Central Time, though they're rocking through their procedures right now, so may get out a little bit early. Over on the left there, you can see Christina Koch. She'll be wearing the suit with no stripes, designated EV2 today, outfitted with all of the tools necessary for the battery swap. You can see in the foreground there the PGT pistol grip tool. It's a space drill that she'll be using to unbolt some of the old batteries and installing some of the new batteries. Luca Parmitano, Station Commander of Expedition 61. He's the Suit IV, the intravehicular suit lead for assisting Meir and Koch with the suit of activities today. Aided by Andrew Morgan of NASA. You can see Morgan bringing into frame something called a SAFER unit. This is, of course, an acronym, a simplified aid for EVA rescue. One of the final pieces of the suit to attach to the 2 spacewalking astronauts who have earlier today already undergone some pre-breathing and in-suit light exercises to purge the nitrogen from their bodies. The SAFER unit is attached to the back of sort of their backpack, which contains a lot of the portable life support systems, their air, their water, that they'll be using for their 6.5-hour run today. The SAFER unit is essentially a jetpack. They'll be tethered throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, but in the unlikely event that they were to become untethered, they can use this simplified aid for EVA rescue to propel them back to the safety of the International Space Station. But you'll hear throughout the duration of today's spacewalk them checking their tether configurations. In fact, once they get inside of the crew lock, it'll be one of the first things that they do, making sure that all their reels and cords and everything is perfectly aligned and situated in the way that it is expected before they head out the hatch to begin today's spacewalk at 5:50 a.m. Central Time. Of course, the astronauts are not the only ones that are doing the work of replacing those batteries. Again, switching out the nickel-hydrogen batteries for the lithium-ion. They have the support of the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the Orbit 2 team here, the second of 3 shifts that staff this room 24 hours a day in support of the International Space Station. Leading today's teams for Orbit 2 for the spacewalk is Judd Freeling, the second from this frame. In the foreground is Flight Director T.J. Creamer. Judd Freeling will be the lead flight director for Orbit 2 and the spacewalk to replace the nickel-hydrogen batteries with lithium-ion. Next to Judd Freeling is Mark Vande Hei, NASA astronaut. He'll be the Capcom, talking with the astronauts on the inside of the International Space Station. To his right, Stephanie Wilson. She'll be the voice here in Mission Control Houston that you'll be hearing most frequently. She'll be taking on the role of Ground IV. From here in Mission Control Houston, she'll be the voice to two spacewalking astronauts, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, guiding them through today's procedures to replace the lithium-ion batteries, to replace the nickel-hydrogen batteries with the newer lithium-ion batteries. Of course, many other flight controllers here supporting the overall International Space Station systems. And of course, many officers here for particularly this particular spacewalk. Spacewalking officers and support personnel guiding them through the procedures, all preparing for today's spacewalk. This spacewalk, Spacewalk 63, will be the final spacewalk to replace the lithium-ion batteries on the Port 6 truss. Our two spacewalking astronauts will going to the far end. If you're looking at the International Space Station as it were flying, the far left end from this view, looking straight onto the International Space Station, it is the far right end. The Port 6 batteries are on the very far end. You can see there. The ones they'll be working on are on the nadir side. They're the Earth-facing side. You'll see, you can see from here the work site, the IEA. That's the Integrated Electronics Assembly. That's the assembly where the batteries actually store the energy collected from the solar arrays before routing downstream to various payloads and systems aboard the International Space Station. For this particular spacewalk, the International Space Station's robotic arm has situated a pallet. The EP work site, that'll be the external pallet. This pallet was delivered on an HTV Japanese cargo vehicle. It'll be situated right next to the work site for the astronauts to go grab the last new lithium-ion battery for installation onto the IEA work site. There are two old batteries over on that work site. One of them will be stored on the IEA and the other one brought back over to the pallet. Now there are 6 batteries, 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries that are situated on the Integrated Electronics Assembly. For this series of upgrades, 2 of those nickel-hydrogen batteries can be replaced by one single lithium-ion battery. It just needs a little adapter plate adjacent to it. So you can see the configuration. This will be the final configuration for one of the boxes over on that electronics assembly. The lithium-ion battery will be situated with the adapter plate next to them, and the old nickel-hydrogen battery will be stored on top of the adapter plate. Now this is just one of the maneuvers. The other battery will be taken over to the external pallet. That external pallet will have done its job delivering 6 lithium-ion batteries. Meir and Koch will be outfitting the nadir side of the Port 6 truss with 3 new lithium-ion batteries. Just this past Wednesday, they've already installed 2. They need to bring over a new adapter plate and lithium-ion battery to get that third one configured. The zenith side of the Port 6 truss already configured from spacewalks in October of last year. Some of the work on Wednesday's spacewalk was, in fact, it was done by these 2 spacewalking astronauts today, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. They got a little bit ahead of schedule. They got a little bit of the work that was originally scheduled for this spacewalk done. So really only a few more steps left to completely outfit that integrated electronics assembly with the new batteries. The major tasks for today are to bring the new lithium-ion battery that's still on the external pallet over to the International Space Station, get it configured with the new adapter plate, and then move some of the old batteries around. One of them is going to remain on the electronics assembly, the other brought over to the external pallet. after Wednesday's spacewalk, the two spacewalking astronauts were able to clean their suits and make sure that they were prepared for today's spacewalk. Getting all their tools reconfigured and studying the new procedures now that they've gotten a little bit ahead of schedule. Some of today's spacewalk includes some carved out time for get-aheads, just in case they do finish everything quickly. Here's a good snapshot of the task list that we just went over. Of course, first they'll have to exit the airlock and then go over to the work site and prepare the work site. This includes the installation of a portable foot restraint, getting their tools situated, some bags stowed in various locations that are most strategic for installing the batteries. The first move will be taking an adapter plate from the external pallet and moving it to the International Space Station on one of the slots in the integrated electronics assembly. They'll move an old nickel hydrogen battery on top of that adapter plate once it's moved. Then that'll free up the space to move the lithium-ion battery that's currently on the pallet over to the International Space Station. Now these are sort of one-off moves, so this next one, the nickel hydrogen battery to the pallet and adapter plate to the station, this one's a little bit more complicated because the astronauts will have to swap. They'll have to take that nickel hydrogen battery from the station, bring it to the pallet, and do a handoff maneuver where they'll hand off the old battery over to the pallet and then take the adapter plate that was currently on that pallet and put the old battery into that slot, then bring the adapter plate over to the station. Now those are two adapter plates. There's two lithium-ion batteries on the integrated electronics assembly right now, but one of them still needs an adapter plate, and of course that other adapter plate is for that last lithium-ion battery. Now this is a few less steps from Wednesday's spacewalk, so they have some cleanup of the work site itself before they actually get to some of those get-aheads. But even now, the two spacewalking astronauts and Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan assisting the duo before they get prepared for today's spacewalk, even a little bit ahead of schedule. For those of you just tuning in, Jessica Meir situated with her feet towards the camera. She's EV1. Meir will be wearing the suit with red stripes. And then with her head facing towards the camera, that's Christina Koch. She's EV2, the suit with no stripes. Each of them are given a helmet camera designation. So once they get out the hatch, they'll switch on their wireless video systems. They're the cameras that are mounted on their helmet, and we'll be able to get a good POV perspective of the spacewalking astronauts as they go through their procedures. There's going to be a translucent number on the bottom of your screen for Jessica Meir as EV1. Look for the number 11. And for Christina Koch as EV2, look for number 18. Parmitano and Morgan.
63.6, we have 4 and 18.
Luca, copy 4 and 18. Good numbers, thanks much.
So again, Parmitano and Morgan getting our two spacewalking astronauts situated in the crew lock. That about wraps up the procedures to get them both into place, all their tools ready, or at least about to be ready. Some of the extra tools and equipment being put into bags. The next procedures, once they have everything they need, and it's inside the crew lock there, will be to close the hatch. Looks like Andrew Morgan getting a head start already for closing the hatch. That'll be the last step before they begin the depressurization sequence. Right now, the inside of the International Space Station is at a comfortable sea level pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch, PSI. The next step, once they close the hatch, will be to depressurize that crew lock where the two spacewalking astronauts are. Now their spacesuits keep them at about 4.2 psi, and they've been doing a lot of pre-breathing and in-suit-like exercise to purge the nitrogen from their bodies to be in a good healthy situation to maneuver the suits. The 4.2 psi gives them that maneuverability in the gloves. They're going to be doing a lot of dexterous manipulating of some of the tools, including the space drill that they use to unbolt some of the old batteries and bolt in the new batteries. But the environment they're in now is 14.7 psi, so they're going to get that down to vacuum. The steps, once they close the hatch, you'll hear some humming noises once the depressurization begins from the space-to-ground loops. They'll depressurize from the sea level pressure of 14.7 down to 5. From 5, they'll hold the pressure at 5 psi just to check for any leaks. And then if everything looks good, they'll proceed down to vacuum. Now, the spacewalk official start time doesn't begin at depressurization. It actually begins shortly after it's depressurized down to vacuum or towards vacuum. The suits themselves will be switched to battery power. Once they are, that marks the official start of a U.S. spacewalk. So just as Andrew Morgan was closing the hatch, we did have a handover of communication from the International Space Station. This will happen from time to time throughout today's spacewalk, but the ground controllers have minimized those gaps, so we should be regaining that communication very shortly. You can see Andrew Morgan just before that handover was closing the hatch. This was the last step before the depressurization sequence begins. It'll be Parmitano that'll be guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through those procedures. In the meantime, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. It'll be the teams here that will be guiding our spacewalking astronauts through their procedures and maintaining the health and systems of the International Space Station itself, plus the crew aboard. Of course, Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan assisting the duo through the suit-up activities. They'll also be helping our two spacewalking astronauts during the spacewalk. Of course, on the end of the external pallet, which contains a lot of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries, as well as the final new lithium-ion battery still on that pallet, you have the station's robotic arm holding that pallet. It'll be Andrew Morgan at the controls of the station's robotic arm, maneuvering it ever so slightly to make sure it's in a good position for the reach of Jessica Meir and Christina Koch.
Houston, airlock on 1, step 71. We are complete with step 70 and 71.
Copy. We'll put step 72 in work and call you back when we're ready for 73.
Copy, Mark. Good morning.
Good morning, Drew.
Airlock on 1. We just wanted to check numbers with you. We show about 7 minutes in pre-breathe remaining.
Yep, exactly. I'm counting 7:41.
Okay, copy.
Airlock Houston on 1. The step 72 is complete. We are ready for step 73 and on.
Okay, copy, Mark.
And by the way, that also means for the EV crew that you are hot mic'd.
EV1 copies. Hello, Mark. EV2 copies.
Hello, Jessica and Christina.
Okay, Christina, our first check on the UIA is to check that the depressed pump power is off OFF.
It is off. OFF.
Copy, and the LED is also off.
Affirmative.
Okay, copy. And with that, Mark, looking for a go in 76. Pardon, one check for you, Christina.
Yeah.
Is to check that the depressed pump enable LED is on.
That's affirmative, and there's no power LED, just the enable LED that's lit.
Copy all. And with that, Mark, step 76. There we go.
Copy, and you guys are so efficient that we still got 5+ minutes to wait.
Got
Copy. EV1 copy.
So you heard it from the ground teams. Again, it's Mark Vanahai, who's the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, talking with the crew on the inside of the International Space Station. It'll be his voice that you hear throughout the beginning of today's spacewalk. Not much, though, because after, once we get to that step 76 that they just mentioned, these are the steps for their pre-breathing exercise, and that's the final step before they begin the depressurization of the crew lock. On the opposite side of that hatch, waiting patiently, is Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, ready to begin their procedures for today's spacewalk, replacing older nickel-hydrogen batteries with the new lithium-ion batteries. This is the final set of procedures to outfit the Port 6 truss. After today's spacewalk, the Port 6 truss will be fully upgraded with lithium-ion batteries, both on the Nadir side, which is the side they're working on today, and the Zenith side. That's the side that faces the space. The Nadir side faces towards the Earth, currently has 2 lithium-ion batteries with 1 adapter plate. Today, on today's spacewalk, they'll be putting 2 adapter plates and the final lithium-ion battery. But you just heard from Capcom Mark Vandehei that everything's going according to plan. In fact, a little bit ahead of schedule, so they're going to take a little bit of a breather, about 5 minutes, before they continue on with their steps to depressurize the airlock and begin today's spacewalk. The official start time of today's spacewalk will be set, and the clock will start running when the suits themselves are switched to battery power. For those just tuning in, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch are on the other side of that hatch inside the crew lock. The crew lock is currently pressurized to the same pressurization where Andrew Morgan, who you see now in frame, and Luca Parmitano just at the bottom of the equipment lock there. They're all in the same pressure right now, 14.7 psi. That's the normal pressurization of the inside of the International Space Station. They're just waiting for that go-ahead to start the depressurization on the other side of the hatch to bring our 2 spacewalking astronauts, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, down to vacuum, heading towards the beginning of today's spacewalk. Coming towards the top of the hour here, 5 a.m. Central Time, ready to begin today's spacewalk. We should be hearing the call to begin depressurization here momentarily.
Airlock Houston on 1, go for depress per step 76.
Copy, Mark, we'll go for 76, and we'll be transitioning to the crew lock depress repress Q card.
We concur.
Okay, Christina and Jessica. Christina, for you on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on, and then wait 10 seconds.
Depress pump power is on, counting. And I have 10 seconds.
Okay, then you can take the depress pump man ISO valve to open.
Depress pump man ISO valve open, and copy.
Okay, and as always, monitor your seat pressure gauge. Maintains less than 5.5.
Copy. UT copy. PSI.
Copy.
PSI.
And you're starting to hear some of the hums from the crew lock. Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano, you're seeing in the equipment lock, just on the other side of the hatch, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch. Depressurization is underway, now just under 11 pounds per square inch, coming down from 14.
11.
Copy.
That 11 pounds per square inch confirmed from the other side of the hatch. Right now, they'll continue depressurization down to about 5 pounds per square inch. They'll hold it at 5 pounds per square inch and do a leak check to make sure that everything is good to continue down to vacuum.
There's 10 PSI.
Copy. Jessica and Christina, just a reminder that when we get to around 6.0, you can expect an alert tone, and we'll be making our stop at 5 PSI.
DB1 copy. DB2 copy. PSI.
Copy.
TSI.
Copy.
TSI.
Copy.
Depressurization of the crew lock still underway. Now a little less than 7 pounds per square inch.
Hand over in 20 seconds.
You heard that call from Capcom, Mark Vandehei. During the handover, we may lose video communication from the, or of the crew, looking at Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan now on the other side of the hatch. Jessica Meir and Christina Koch losing that coverage. Should be regaining it pretty shortly, though. Some of these handovers are small gaps. And the handovers themselves are handing over communication from the tracking and data relay satellites. These are geosynchronous satellites about 23-ish thousand miles away from the Earth. To give you some perspective, the International Space Station is in low Earth orbit, about 250 miles. But those geosynchronous satellites provide the audio and visual communications. We're gaining a little bit of the audio now as we make our way down.
Copy 6.
Just passing 6 pounds per square inch. The flight control teams here. You can see Judd Freeling, the second from the frame. He'll be leading the teams here through today's spacewalk. TJ Creamer, another flight director. On the front end of your screen, next to Judd Freeling, to his right is Mark Vandehei. That's the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control Houston. After the crew is depressurized and starts to begin the procedures to switch to battery power and begin today's spacewalk, it'll be Stephanie Wilson who takes over from here in Mission Control Houston. Now regaining some of the video communication from the International Space Station, getting those views once again of Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan, guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through the procedures of depressurizing the crew lock. Still coming up on 5 pounds per square inch. You heard the call from Jessica Meir and Christina Koch from the other side of the hatch. They've passed 6 pounds per square inch. 5 is the holding point. We'll stop there for a little bit and check for any leaks before continuing down to vacuum.
Christina, if you would take the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy. Okay, on your DCMs, Switch display status until leak check question mark is displayed and give it a long yes.
Copy and work. Copy.
Then follow the displayed instructions.
EV1 leak check in progress.
Copy.
EV2 leak check in progress.
Now holding at 5 pounds per square inch, Andrew Morgan guiding Christina Koch and Jessica Meir through the steps for the leak check that's scheduled right on time at 5 pounds per square inch. If everything looks good, they'll continue down to vacuum from there.
EV1 leak check complete. Setting option actuator to EVA. To the same.
Okay, copy. If you would both let me know when you're both O2 actuator EVA.
EV1 option actuator is an EVA. EV2 is an EVA.
Copy. EV1, EV2 are both O2 actuators EVA. Christina, we're going to resume the depress. Take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. You can expect an alert tone if that's...
Copy, and it is open.
Copy.
With that, leak check performed, everything looking good at 5 pounds per square inch. Their suits are configured for spacewalking, and they've resumed depressurization, now resuming from 5 pounds per square inch down to vacuum.
Just another reminder to continue to monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy. PSI.
Copy.
That's got airlock pressure 2.9.
Copy.
You heard a good read from Jessica Meir and Christina Koch on the other side of the hatch, passing 3 pounds per square inch. There's going to be a series of steps at 2 psi to continue down to vacuum, get everything configured before officially beginning the spacewalk. Even though depressurization has begun, the spacewalk start time officially starts when the power on the spacesuits are switched to battery.
And I'm showing airlock pressure 2.0.
Okay, copy. We're showing about the same here. So let's take the depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy. Depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Okay, copy. On the UIA, switch the depress pump power off. OFF.
Depress pump power is off. OFF.
Okay, copy, and we're ready for you to report your initial tether configuration. We're listening, and Houston's listening as well.
Okay, I can see on the airlock steering extender, we have a waist tether, small hook is gate closed, slider locked. Large hook is gate closed, slider locked. Christina's right waist tether is attached to that waist tether. Large hook, gate closed, slider locked. And the small hook is gate closed and slider locked. Christina also has a waist tether on her left steering extender. I can see that. The small hook is gate closed, slider locked. And her red hook is also on her left D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked. The reel is unlocked. And her yellow hook is on my red reel. Gate closed and slider locked. On my right D-ring extender, I have a waist tether. Small hook, gate closed, slider locked. Anchor hook, large hook is on my mini workstation. Also on my right D-ring extender, I have my red hook. Gate closed, slider locked. My reel is unlocked, and my yellow hook is on my mini workstation.
Okay, we copy all here. Over to Houston. Just make sure that we hit everything.
Very easy to follow that report. Thanks, and good config.
Copy.
Okay, copy, Mark. And Jessica, when the crew lock DPDT is about 0, you can expect an alert tone. And when the EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5 psi, you can open the EV hatch.
Okay, copy.
So all the steps at 2 pounds per square inch are complete. Now at about 1.5, still continuing down to vacuum. But you notice that 2 psi, they did a tether configuration, so they're checking to make sure all of their cables and all of their wires are intact. And as expected, before they head out the hatch, they'll do it again once they actually exit the hatch, just outside of the crew lock, make sure that everything is still good, because ultimately they're going to have to make their way all the way to the far port side of the International Space Station to do today's work of switching the batteries on the outside of that part of the station. But in the meantime, we're still continuing down to vacuums, a little bit less than 1.5 psi at this time. We're going down to 0. Or at least a half of psi before the next steps start. The official start time for today's spacewalk will begin when the power on the suits for Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, our two spacewalking astronauts today, when the power for those suits is switched to battery power.
I'm still showing about 1.5 on the gauge. And I haven't had an update on my pressure either. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be decreasing. You have the MPEV open, I'm assuming.
Emergency MPEV is open.
Okay.
And our telemetry showing the pressure is decreasing.
Great. Copy, and now I'm showing 1.
Copy.
And I see 0.9 on my DCM.
Copy.
A little less than 1 psi, depressurized all the way from 14 just a little earlier today. The depressurization started at about 5 a.m. Central. We're continuing down to vacuum, or just about 0.5 psi before the next set of procedures kicks in. But those next set of procedures will get us to hatch open, and our two spacewalking astronauts will begin to set up their tethers and gather their tools and exit the hatch. But before then, they'll switch the power in their suits to battery, and that'll mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Just showing 0.8.
Copy.
reading 0.6.
Copy.
Still making our way down to vacuum on the other side of that hatch.
Our numbers are showing the same. It's very similar.
Copy.
Making our way down to about 0.5 psi before the next set of procedures kick in. EV1 today is Jessica Meir. She'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes. She'll be the first out of the hatch today. Christina Koch will be wearing the suit with no stripes as EV2.
Okay, how's the gauge look? We're showing to be in the ballpark by RTLM.
Yeah, I see 0.5 now.
Okay, and then looks like you can go ahead and open the hatch and stow it.
Copy. Now I'm going to move down toward you a bit to get to the handle. Copy. And I am fully port and forward. Okay, it's unlocked and going for that unlatch.
Copy.
We are unlatched.
You're unlatched, and we see you taking it to the stow position.
And I just had an oxygen rate and SOP rate 0 message.
You heard the call that the hatch is open. You can see the thermal cover flapping over. This is a view of the outside of the International Space Station's crew lock. The clock still hasn't started though, even though the hatch is open. They have to switch their suits to battery power first.
SOP is reading 4.9 on both the gauge and on my DCM. I would say 4.9 on the gauge and 4.8 on the gauge, 4.9 on the DCM.
Copy. We're getting into the top checklist.
Airlock Houston on 1. We're looking at
message one more time.
Airlock Houston on 1. We're looking at the data, and we believe that was a momentary blip. Still good to go, and we'll go for the EVA.
Okay, EV1 copies. Need any other status from my DCM one?
No more status required, Jessica. We're going to continue.
We copy.
Okay, Christina, the hatch is open, and it is in the hatch key. And it is night outside. Copy.
Okay, and we copy. Good job. The EV hatch is open and stowed. The emergency MPEV is closed. And with that, to our Astro sisters, we wish you the best of luck on this. And Stephanie, over to you.
Thank you, Drew. Good morning, Jessica and Christina. On your DCMs, take your...
Good morning.
Yes, on your DCMs, take your power switches to bat, stagger switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Work. V1, power to bat. V2, power to bat.
Check display switch functional.
V1 display switch is functional. EV2 functional. One remark on my display. When I first trigger anything on my display, the text comes up rather faint, and then it brightens up after about a second delay.
Copy, Jessica. So on your DCM, initially when it comes up, the display is faint, but then after about a second, it brightens up.
That's correct. And that's done that the past 2 times now.
Copy, we're discussing.
And it was ever since I had the SOP warning.
Copy.
I have an SCU power avail message. As do I.
Copy, SCU power avail, and we expect that that's expected because we're still on battery power. I'm sorry, still on SCU power.
Copy. Copy.
And Jessica, Christina, we're still discussing Jessica's DCM.
Copy, Stephanie. Let me know if you want me to play with the intensity dial or not.
And that's at your discretion.
Okay. Copy. I'll leave it where it is.
This is Mission Control Houston, still in the process of switching that suit power over to battery. Still drawing a little bit of power from the station. You can see the hatch open, thermal cover open.
Christina, we have discussed it. We have double-checked the data. Our data looks good. All of the messages are explained based on where we are in the procedures, and we're go to continue.
Okay, EV1 copies and concurs. And EV2 copies.
Copy that. Then for Christina, on the UIA, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to off, OFF.
Copy. Power EV1 and EV2 is off, OFF. As the expected H2O is off message, as does EV1.
Copy the expected messages. Check power EV1, EV2, 4 LEDs are off.
They are off.
Disconnect your SCUs from your DCMs and stow the SCUs in the pouches.
Work. EV1 disconnected, stowed, and DCM covers in place.
Copy EV1.
EV2 disconnected, stowed, cover in place.
Copy EV2. Christina, check depress pump man ISO valve closed.
It is closed.
On your DCMs, take your temperature control valves to max hot.
In work. EV1 is in max hot. EV2 is in max hot.
Take water switches to on.
EV1 water is on. EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
EV1 DCM blank, bite off. EV2 DCM blank, bite off.
Take your temperature control valves as desired.
And EV1 is set at 7. EV2 set at 5.
Copy 7 for EV1, 5 for EV2. We have good suit data on the ground, so no need to report the parameters. Can take your visors as required for night. And I'm sorry, I missed one step here for checking your suit P gauge. Please report your suit P.
EV1 is at 4.3. EV2, 4.3.
Copy 4.3 for both EV1 and EV2. And we have taken care of the airlock VRIV step, so we are complete with the post-depress Q card. With that, Jessica, you can egress the airlock.
Okay, copy, and work.
As Jessica Meir and Christina Koch continue through their procedures, you can see Meir, the first out the hatch.
Christina, I'm going to pause right here in order to do the tether inspection. Copy.
She's going to inspect her tethers before making her way completely out the hatch, but we do have an official start time. The suits themselves were switched to battery power at 5:35 a.m. Central Time.
Jessica, EV1's tethers on the forward external D-ring and EV2's on the aft external D-ring for the inspection of the load alleviating straps.
EV1 copy.
So again, Meir's going to check her tether configuration here. We have a start time at 5:35 a.m. Central Time, coming up on 10 minutes into today's spacewalk as Meir makes her way out the hatch, checking her tethers and beginning some of the first set of procedures before making their way out to the P6, the Port 6 truss on the far side of the International Space Station.
No red, no MMOD strikes.
10 minutes in, coming out on an orbital nighttime. The station itself at the time of the start of today's spacewalk at 5:35 was over the middle of the Pacific Ocean, about 259 statute miles above the ocean.
Do the same for my tether, for EV1's tether. No strikes, no red. Tack switches are all nominal.
And we copy the inspection for EV1's tether. Good tethers for both EV1 and EV2. Jessica, next, attach EV1 yellow hook to safety tether reel on the forward external D-ring.
Copy, in work.
Again, 5:35 a.m. Central Time was the start of today's spacewalk.
Hook on my green reel. It's closed and slider is locked. I can see that the reel is unlocked.
Copy. Attach forward safety tether green hook to EV1 red reel.
Work.
Meir still in the process of making sure those tethers that are keeping her attached to the station are in a good configuration. She's hooking herself up to the right reels and making sure everything is set because she's got a long journey ahead of her to go over to the Port 6 truss. Christina Koch, not far behind, will be coming out the hatch next during an orbital nighttime, perhaps daytime, only about 2 more minutes until the sun starts rising. But after they both check their tether configurations and make sure they're in a good position to start making their way, they'll start the translation or the movement over to the Port 6 truss.
Red reel, and it's remaining unlocked.
And check gate closed.
Gate is closed.
Copy. Sunrise in under 2 minutes. And we're about 40 seconds from a 20-second handover. Next, attach EV2 yellow hook to safety tether reel on the aft external D-ring.
Copy, and work. Okay, Christina, your yellow hook is attached to your...
Another handover and communications from the International Space Station, handing over from one TDRS satellite to the next. Those are tracking and data relay satellites. This handover is expected to be pretty short. Should be regaining audio communication here momentarily and then video communication shortly thereafter.
Green hook.
In the meantime, Jessica Meir helping Christina Koch through her tether configuration. Meir already out the hatch. Koch to follow.
We're back with you after the handover, and we did not copy the full report of Christina's yellow hook.
Copy. I have Christina's yellow hook on her green reel. Gate is closed and slider is locked.
Check reel unlocked.
Reel is unlocked.
Copy. Attach EV2 green hook to EV2 red reel.
Work.
Getting some of those video communications back from the International Space Station. The sun has risen, starting to illuminate the outside.
Before you move, Christine, I'm just going to take a look to make sure that nothing is tangled here between those two steps. Great. Thanks.
Meir continuing to work on the tether configuration, making sure everything's set before Koch makes her way out the hatch.
I think as we talked about, I will move over to the aft side. Okay. And when they're happy and you're happy, I'll release my waist cover.
Jessica, for EV2's green hook attached to EV2's red reel, can you verify gate closed and reel unlocked?
Gate is closed and reel is unlocked.
Copy that. That's a good tether config. Nice work. And when you are positioned and ready, you can give Christina a go to release her waist tether from the waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, Christina, you have my go. Happy and work. Okay, my waist tether is removed from the waist tether and the airlock, and that waist tether is now on the airlock handrail inside the airlock. Copy. And Christina, I am over on the aft side. Copy.
Houston copies as well. And Christina, when you're ready, you can prepare to transfer the ORU bag to Jessica.
Jessica, I have that coming out towards you. Okay, and stand by one. A little better positioned here for you.
Just behind that thermal cover, you can see the EV2 suit. That's Christina Koch, her legs poking out. Jessica Meir has moved over from this view to the right side, but that's the aft end of the station. Hand off some of the tools and tethers and make sure they're in a good configuration.
Do you have it? I have a hold on it. I don't have a red on it yet. Copy. I've got a hold of it. Okay, Christine, I have my red on it. Okay. And would you like to remove the airlock red, or I can do that? But it's on your side, okay. So I can't quite reach it now. Okay, I'll grab it and pull it towards me if that works for you, and then get rid of it. Or do you want to do it after you get on your VRT? You can take it now. Okay, and work. Okay, it's yours. Okay, copy. All right, and then I believe my next step is to egress when you're ready. Okay, I'm going to just move this bag out of the way a little bit. I'm ready for you to egress. I should be aft enough to be out of your way. Copy.
And there's Christina Koch. Again, she's EV2. She'll be wearing the suit with no stripes on her legs. The suit with red stripes on the thigh will be Jessica Meir, off to the right from this view.
And I'm going to use this adjustable just for a second. The secondary tether to me, I'm going to have to switch where the DRT ret is right now. Just loops around my safety tether. Okay, I copy that, and just let me know if I can assist. Okay.
Both astronauts will continue to configure their tethers, make sure they're in a good position before they make their way out to the work site today, which is on the far end of the station.
I've got it on my winning workstation right now. I'm just going to release that ret and then put it back on.
And that's the far port end where there's a new lithium-ion battery that needs to be installed on the outside of the station. That's the port 6 truss, the far port side. The farthest solar array on the left side if you were looking straight on with the International Space Station. Space Station now is over the Pacific Ocean, still entering an orbital daytime. Now approaching the western border of Chile here in a few minutes, but still over the Pacific Ocean for a while.
On the bag.
Copy, Jessica. Nicely done. When you two are ready, next is to close the thermal cover and buddy checks.
Okay, and work. Comes thermal cover. Thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed.
Okay, Christina, you turn a little bit more toward me. I see your WVS. I see 1, 2, and rotate to your left. And your camera is covering up the other tab. Bounce your camera. Okay, I see all your 3 tabs up. And I see your left vapor handle is down. If you rotate your other way, and keep going, so your PGT is blocking it right now. If you could switch, actually, or there it is. I see it now. It's down. Okay. And for your buddy checks, I have 1 WVS right, 3 tabs up, 2 paper handles down. And looking at tethers, see yours going out in a good config, and I also see mine going out in a good config. Okay. Concur. And my half is drag, Stephanie. The EV1.
Copy, good buddy checks and dry half for EV1.
I Yeah, for EV2. Christina, if I come over here, I think we'll be able to keep my tether close enough. Yep, I agree. I don't think it'll be an issue for translation, like where you're at. Okay.
There's one warning and two cautions. The warning is for sharp edge on airlock with number 8 label, and the two cautions are to avoid contact with deployed test cable, and on P6, avoid contact with deployed and stowed radiators.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
And with that, Christina, you lead the translation out to P6.
Inward. And I'm going to head just pretty much right up to the toolboxes, so I think that'll keep me out of your tether. Let me know. Okay, copy. I can see, I have a good view of both my tethers right now.
So you just heard the buddy checks just outside of the station's airlock. Their tethers are configured the right way. They have all of their safer unit is configured the right way. Their helmet's configured the right way, and all the tools necessary. In fact, over to the right where you see Jessica Meir, the suit with the red stripes, you can see the pistol grip tool. That'll be a key tool for today's procedures. You can see Christina Koch already making her way over to the work site. There's something called the translation path. This camera view is sort of an upside down view. You can see the Earth over to the right from this view. But that translation path is the path where she'll be essentially crawling on the outside of the station to get to the work site, which is on the far port truss of the International Space Station.
And EV2 is at the cedar rail.
Copy, Christina. Jessica, when you're ready, you can follow and translate to P1, mile marker 9180 under the FHRC to check the anchor hooks.
Okay, copy, and work.
The voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston is Stephanie Wilson. She is the ground IV. It'll be her voice from Mission Control Houston that you'll be hearing throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through their procedures today. Jessica Meir taking up the rear. Christina Koch already on her way over to the work site. As we begin today's spacewalk, I want to make note of Christina Koch's record duration. She sits on the all-time list of record holders for total duration in space by NASA astronauts. Here's the top list. Peggy Whitson, of course, taking the number 1 spot at 665 cumulative days. And Christina Koch taking the number 8 spot at 311 days. Of note, this is her first spacewalk. And her first space flight. This is, of course, her 6th spacewalk. But this 311 days was accumulated on a single flight, going from expeditions 59, 60, and now 61. Moving on to today's procedures, the bulk of the work will be swapping those batteries out at the port 6 truss. From this view, at sort of the center and then slightly to the left, that's the airlock, that's where they're coming from. They have to move up to the truss and all the way out to the right there on the port 6 side. Those batteries were delivered on the external pallet of HTV-8. That pallet sitting just outside the worksite right now. There it is in position. Only one new lithium-ion battery left on that pallet. The other 5 have already been installed on the station. As Meir and Koch make their way out to the worksite, they'll have to install 2 adapter plates and the new battery and then move around some of the older batteries. Here's a great view of the 2 astronauts now making their way all the way over to that port 6 truss.
Crossing the Sarge, check your gauntlets in place.
I'm going to go ahead and just keep going, Jessica. Okay, copy. And I will take a look at it when I get there. Copy. Okay, and I am at our anchor hook. Looks like mine is not reeling, so I'm going to check it that it is still unlocked. Can see, Stephanie, that my hook is anchored. My anchor hook is on the zenith handrail, gate closed, sliders locked. I see that Christina's is gate closed, slider locked. And yes, I can verify there is a twist around the two. But that will be, I think, very easy to take apart, just like we did on that first EVA together when I bring the hooks in. Unless you want me to do anything with it now, Stephanie.
And Jessica, we copy the report and the checks. We also copy the twist.
It is just one twist.
We copy and we concur. We can handle it on ingress.
Okay.
You can continue translating to the outboard side of P5. Also checking your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Okay, copy, Stephanie, and my gauntlets are in place for EV1. And for EV2, I am to the port Cedar card, about to cross the Sarge. Gauntlets are down.
Starting to get some views from the helmet cameras of our spacewalking astronauts. The translucent number on the bottom right of your screen will be the identifier for who is who on today's spacewalk. Number 11 will be Jessica Meir, EV1, for today's spacewalk. She'll be camera number 11, and she'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes. Camera number 18 will be Christina Koch. She'll be wearing the suit with no stripes. Still making their way out to the work site. Jessica Meir has already arrived. Just before the work site is a portable foot restraint she has to grab and bring with her over to the Port 6 truss. There's a portable foot restraint that's out there that she has to configure as step 1.
During your translation on P5.
And I am just happy, and I'm just coming to have a frame now.
Copy that.
Stephanie, I'm about to cross the Sarge. Gauntlets are still in place.
Copy, Jessica.
And I am at my green hook location, 5388.
Copy, Christina. Jessica, your green hook location is 5311.
Stephanie, I'm at the second A-frame, so I'm about to translate over.
Copy that.
Christina, I will pause here. Okay, copy. Oh. It looks like that fairly stuck, so that's good. Okay, good, and I'll try to get mine around this onion like we talked about. Okay. Okay, for EV2, my green hook is dropped on 5388.
Copy 5388 for EV2. Christina, as you continue translating, friendly reminder to route your safety tether, nadir and aft of the grapple fixture that's just outboard of your green hook.
Those tether configurations are important when translating so far out of the International Space Station's port truss, so they know exactly which handrail and which hook goes where on the way out. This helmet camera view from Jessica Meir. Out of the worksite now.
Okay, it is nadir and aft.
Copy, thank you.
And confirm I'm heading all the way out to the IA?
Yes, and you can place your adjustable fair lead on handrail 5360.
Copy. Christina, my tether is fair lead, so it's ended up, it's on the other side of, it's just zenith of that trunnion, so it should be out of your way. Okay, great. And I'm at 5311, Stephanie, working on my green hook.
Copy, Jessica.
Stephanie, I have my green hook on 5311. Gate is closed, sliders locked.
Copy, Jessica. Continue translating, and also route your safety tether nadir and aft of the grapple fixture that's just outboard of your green hook.
My safety tether fair lead on 5360 is in place. That's for EV2.
Copy, Christina. Next, confirm the APFR settings for the APFR that's in WIF 21.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm there.
Copy. Jessica, for your APFR, we'd like you to adjust the APFR roll to Fox.
Copy that. And I do have my safety tether routed underneath that grapple fixture.
Copy that as well. Thank you.
So the first set of today's procedures are to prepare the worksite and get ready for swapping and reconfiguring some of the batteries. Each of our spacewalkers right now are at respective foot restraints. Jessica Meir is at the foot restraint. That's going to bring our astronauts to a good position to access the external pallet. That's the view you're seeing right now from helmet camera number 11. Helmet camera number 18, Christina Koch. She's at the portable foot restraint next to the stations segment. That's the integrated electronics assembly where the batteries are positioned to store power once routed from one of the solar arrays. They're both going to configure those portable foot restraints with the right settings.
And I'm verifying. Okay, I actually have hotel, so I'm going to go to Fox.
Copy.
I am in Foxtrot now.
Copy, Jessica. For you, you see 3, Fox, Fox, Fox 3.
Confirm.
Copy that. Those are good settings. You can deploy the ingress aid.
Copy. And for EV2, I can confirm that I have Delta and 12 for the roll and yaw. The wire tie is tucked into the boot plate and the pitch knob is out.
From the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, you can see the foot restraint is in a good configuration. Shows she's deploying something called an ingress aid. It's essentially a handle. You can see she flipped it open and pulled out the handle. She'll be able to grab onto that handle and get her feet in a good position, get it all locked in before she's able to access the external pallet and grab some of the batteries from there. You can see a really good view from the station's camera right there.
Into any ORU on the EP, no sudden movements on the EP. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed, and wait until EP motion dampens out before imparting any loads.
D1 copies. EV2 copies, and I also wanted to report that I just moved my TCD from 5.
Christine, I believe you said you moved your temperature control valve to 5.
From 5 to 6.
Thank you, from 5 to 6.
And I'm ready for step.
Yes, Christina, next is to translate to the crew lock bag, basically flip it over and configure it for ops. Work on the PGT to configure it with the RET series to the crew lock bag. Attach the hex driver from the socket caddy. That PGT finally is stowed on the DCSU H1 scoop with the adjustable.
Copy all. I am ready for next steps as well. I have my ingress aid deployed.
Copy, Jessica. You have a go to translate onto the EP. Stowing the ORU bag on handrails 7317 to 7316 or per your preference.
Copy.
So our two astronauts now have their foot restraints all configured in the right settings with the handles out and ready to ingress. That'll be a bulk of the work today will be ingressing and egressing or entering and exiting that foot restraint to access the batteries, get in a good position to reach them, and use the pistol grip tool to unbolt them. Now they each have a bag called an ORU bag. That's essentially their tool bag for today. So you can see Christina Koch over there in the background. She's going to stow her ORU bag, her tool bag, in one area. Jessica Meir in the foreground there, she's hooking her bag up to the external pallet. These are all part of the procedures for the work site preparation, all their tools in the right places, their foot restraints in the right settings. This is all in preparation for the work to start moving batteries, adapter plates, all to the right positions. From the helmet camera of Christina Koch, you can see the tool bag that she's working with right now, storing it in a position you can see the hook off to the left side of her view right there, getting her tools configured. Her tool bag is on the station next to some of the batteries that they're going to have to be grabbing and swapping. Again, she's helmet camera number 18. Helmet camera number 11 is Jessica Meir. She's over on the external pallet. That's where that final new battery is. And that first adapter plate that they have to grab and bring over to the station. She's storing her bag over on the external pallet there. This is still part of the procedures to prepare the worksite and begin the swaps. The first swap that will take place will be taking an adapter plate that's currently on the pallet over to the station.
Anchor on 7317 and the other on 7316.
We copy, Jessica. Thank you. Configure the PGT with the hex driver.
And Stephanie, I have the 9-inch hex installed on my PGT. The good pull test.
Copy, Christina.
From helmet camera number 11, this is the view from Jessica Meir. She is preparing her pistol grip tool. This is the space drill. She's got an attachment she needs to outfit it as part of her worksite preparation activities.
Next, relocate the scoops from the battery in slot Y to the battery in slot Charlie. Friendly reminder, doghouse is the 12 o'clock reference. The H1 clocking is 1 o'clock and H2 is 3 o'clock.
And work.
You'll hear the term scoop a lot throughout today's spacewalk as well. This is a term for a handling aid. You attach a scoop to a battery or anything you want to grab onto. You can see the batteries themselves. These are these big white blocks you see from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir. The handling aids will help to grab them and to maneuver them a little bit easier.
Copy, Christina.
And I believe you said H1 of the DCSU.
That's affirmed. H1 of the DCSU with the adjustable.
And for the scoops, remind me one more time, Stephanie, it's going to be on H2. It will be a clocking of 12 o'clock. Okay. Is that clocking yet?
Yes.
3 o'clock.
H2, 3 o'clock. H1, 1 o'clock.
Okay, copy and work.
When you hear the H in front of the numbers, those are the bolts that are associated with each of the battery. Each one has an H1 and an H2. That'll help Jessica Meir and Christina Koch identify which bolt the scoops or which bolt the pistol grip tool needs to be attached to or used for. In the hands of Jessica Meir right now is a handling aid that's called a scoop, attaching to the bolts of the battery. Just helps them to grab the battery and maneuver it. Batteries themselves weighing in at just a little under 400 pounds.
I have a scoop on H2, and that is at 3 o'clock.
Copy, good config.
I have the TGC attached with an adjustable to the DCSU. Which one?
Copy, Christina. Nice work on the IAA setup. I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Copy. 3V2. Gloves are unchanged. No RTV. Saying yes. Dry half. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks on EV2. Christina, you can translate to the EP and meet up with Jessica.
And Stephanie, I have the other scoop locked on H1 at 1 o'clock.
Copy that. Nice work with the EP setup. And I'll also take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay. I see no change on my gloves. My hat's dry, and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks. PET is about 53 minutes. We're about on the timeline. Limiting consumables, battery power, 7 hours, 49 minutes. EV1 and EV2, 10 seconds to handover.
Copy. And Christina, if you want to move outward a little bit, I'm about to come back over. Okay, I see that.
Another handover of video communications, handing over the video and audio from TDRS satellite to TDRS satellite. They are tracking and data relay satellites. And they provide the video and audio communication from the International Space Station. The handovers for today's spacewalk are scheduled to be pretty sparse, pretty intermittent. This one's a little bit one of the longer ones, but really should be regaining some of that audio shortly. In fact, right now.
Copy. And I'm going to just fix my roll and actually that bump to golf.
Copy.
And it's back at Fox.
Copy, your APF roll is Fox.
Getting some of those video communications now. Our two spacewalking astronauts have completed their worksite preparation. The portable foot restraints have the right configuration, their tools are in the right place with the right settings, everything is go. So they'll start their first task. On the external pallet, which you see off to the left there, is an adapter plate. The first maneuver will be to grab that adapter plate. Jessica Meir, you can see entering the portable foot restraint now. She's got a pistol grip tool in hand. She's going to unbolt the adapter plate, hand it off to Christina Koch, and they'll both make their way over to the station to install it on the station side. The battery swap work is officially underway.
I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. This might tend to get caught in the yaw pedal, Christina, because I'm underneath the grapple fixture this time. I see that black somehow behind it. So if it does cause a problem, we can keep an eye on it. Then I can just flip mine over and we can put it behind the grapple fixture like we did before. Okay, I copy. The roll pedal with your left foot? Mm-hmm. That's the roll pedal. Yeah, I see it. Okay. And my right foot, I believe, is in curve. And my left is in.
Nice work, Jessica.
I have ingressed the PFR, Stephanie. Thank you. Checking in the ingress aid, and I can see that I am definitely close enough to the EP, and I will have good access to brake torque on H2. I will not, from this position, I might be able to reach H1. I can attempt it before we try a maneuver if we don't want to do a GCA.
And we copy all, Jessica. We can also have...
Checking on my next step.
Yes, I have a list of 3 reminders and 4 new cautions to read to you, and then we can begin work. So reminders about translate only on the handrails, no sudden movements, wait until EP motion dampens out. The 4 new ones are do not exceed 20 pounds force during ORU soft dock engage disengage. Crew must not simultaneously impart loads into the EP. When SSRMS brakes are off, free float crew member on the EP must remain quiescent. And when braking torque, apply less than 55 pounds force.
AB2 copies. AB2 copies.
Copy, and with that...
Jessica, you'll fill me on your ingress aid. I'm going to translate to the EP. Copy, Christina. I'm sorry, Stephanie, go ahead.
You read my mind. I was just going to say that, and you can retrieve the ratchet wrench with the hex driver and transfer that to Jessica for braking torque.
Copy.
And Jessica, we copied your report about access to H1 and H2. Christina may have access, and we could also have the arm move as well.
Copy all. Christina, I left those tethers really loose. You can see how it works out if we want to tighten them up at all. Okay, copy that. And leave them going for the ratchet wrench for you. Yeah, and Christina. Okay, sounds good.
A great view of Jessica Meir and Christina Koch at the work site. You can see from this particular view, Jessica Meir hanging off the station and Christina Koch on the end of the pallet, that external pallet that's containing the new batteries and the adapter plate that they're currently reaching for.
Confirm 1 line flush on H1.
Have 1 line flush on H1.
Brake torque, max 1 turn.
Copy, in work. Is broken on H1, quarter turn.
Copy, quarter turn H1. Confirm 1 line flush on H2.
Work. 1 line flush, H2.
Brake torque, max 1 turn.
Work. Torque is broken, quarter turn.
Copy, quarter turn H2. You can swap the ratchet wrench for the PGT with the hex driver with Christina's assistance.
And I have the PGT here for you. It is CAL'd and ready. Okay, fast CAL and LED test. You can grab that and I'll send it back. All right, copy. I have the PGT, copy.
PGT settings, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Affirmative. Okay, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Confirm 1 line flush on H1.
Work.
With that, Jessica Meir is taking that pistol grip tool, that space drill, and starting to unbolt the adapter plate. Again, there's 2 bolts, H1 and H2. H1 is currently the one holding in the adapter plate. That black structure right in front of Jessica Meir. Christina Koch just under the frame there, making sure she has the right tools.
And Stephanie, I have 7 turns and I am free spinning.
Copy, 7 turns and free spinning. Next, receive Christina's BRT ret and attach it to the adapter plate handrail tether point.
Okay, and Christina, this is the one that the handrail tether point is actually Venus. Okay, so I think that we might want to do the plan where I ret to the bottom mat, and then we'll just have to do a ret swap. Okay, yep, let's go with that option. Okay, you okay with that, Stephanie? I'm going to ret to the heater mat. I'll be ready to it, and when I remove it, Christina will receive it, and then we'll do a tether swap after she has it on her BRT. This handrail is on the Zenith side. Her tether won't reach.
And we copy. We like the plan.
Christina Koch and Jessica Meir talking through their handoff procedures. Communication will be key throughout these next few steps. You'll hear them say, I have the battery, you have the battery, just as confirmation of who has complete control of the battery. Christina Koch, you can see making her way from the external pallet back to the station to get in position for that handoff.
Locked out with black.
Copy, same PGT settings for H2, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2. Confirm 1 line flush on H2.
I have 1 line flush on H2.
Release
for alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Copy, good config. Release H2, about 19 turns to free spin.
Can work.
Okay, Jessica Meir working on that second bolt. H1 is released. Now has to release that second bolt, H2. That'll release the adapter plate from the external pallet where it's housed now. Jessica Meir will have to pull it off and then hand it off to Christina Koch, who's waiting on the station end. They'll hand it across.
And Stephanie, I have 9 turns, and it does appear to be free spinning. I'm going to put a few more turns on it because it was kind of making a different motion, like a catching motion, a little bit more than the H1 was.
Copy and concur. Friendly reminder to assess body positioning to be sure you're on the top of the bolt.
Copy, I have good alignment.
Meir going to give that bolt a few extra turns as the station itself flies 261 statute miles right over Mumbai, India. It's about to head into an orbital nighttime, which you can see off to the corner of your screen there from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir.
Okay, Stephanie, I believe I have good free spinning now. It did catch a little bit, and yes, I can feel that that it is released.
And we copy. Thank you. Contend the PGT back to the ORU bag, transfer the adapter plate, and perform the wet swap as you discussed earlier.
Okay, copy. And Christina, take a look where the bag is. Do you want to try to move it forward a little bit so it's out of your way? Actually, I probably can do that now. I think we're probably going to be okay.
It may go that way now that the PGT isn't pulling it out, because I noticed that was kind of what was giving you that tendency.
Okay. I'm going to unlock my RET.
Good call, Jessica.
My RET is unlocked.
Our BR2 jaws, as you can probably see, are pointed up.
I see them. I'm going to try to rotate
and
it.
Just watch your ingress waves.
And I see it, and I'm going to try to get the handrail down to you.
Copy.
The adapter plate now in the hands of Jessica Meir. Of course, the plate itself secured by a tether. She'll get into a good position to hand that adapter plate off to Christina Koch, which you can see at the bottom of your screen, ready to receive the adapter plate. She's currently on the station end.
Push my jaws straight onto it.
As Meir is on the portable foot restraint, right in front of her is the external pallet.
And my jaws are locked on it. Both paddles are out. And number one for the rep swap.
Okay, copy.
Okay, I have my BRT rep on the handrail tether point.
Okay.
And I have control, and I'm going to move
leave it right here so I can get my RET off.
Copy.
Okay, I have my RET.
Copy.
You have control?
Copy, I have control, and I'm going to bring it at the needle here.
Copy, you've got it.
Jessica Meir handing that adapter plate off.
With the adapter plate positioning, you can translate to the IEA APFR. Jessica, for you, we'll work to secure the tools for the upcoming arm maneuver.
Okay, copy. That will just be the adjustable on the PCC and then the ratchet wrench in the bag, correct?
That's affirmed.
And I did already stow the ratchet for you.
Thank you. Stephanie, I have an adjustable down on the PGT, and then the bag is all packed up other than that.
Copy. And Jessica, if you feel they are...
I am at my ATFR.
Copy, Christina. Prior to ingress, check the gap spanner clear and verify your reach to the PGT with the hex driver, and then you can ingress. For Jessica, if you feel the bag and the tools are secure, basically will not float around during the arm maneuver, we are happy with that setup. And then you can prepare for EP translation, translating off of the EP onto the APFR, checking the ingress aid stood towards the boot plate, and all tethers clear.
Okay, copy. I did tighten up the bag a little bit more adjustable, and the PGT is tethered, so I think we are in a good config there.
Copy. Thanks for the report.
Jessica Meir completed the handoff to Christina Koch.
And 30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
As the sun begins to set, the station itself 261 statute miles over central China. Jessica Meir has her tools in a good configuration over at the external pallet side of things. Now she'll get out of the foot restraint to go help Christina Koch with the installation of that adapter plate that they just pulled from the external pallet onto the station. In the meantime, Koch close to the portable foot restraint at the station end of things. Her next procedures will be to, now that the adapter plate is in tow, to get inside of the foot restraint. That'll put her into a good position where she'll be able to reach slot 4. That's the specific slot where the adapter plate will be. Next to slot 4 is a lithium-ion battery that's been installed on the last spacewalk.
Ingress aid is stowed. Okay, copy that. And I have put the ingress aid back practically flush with the boot plate, so I should be in a good config here. So I believe it has me heading over to you.
Copy and concur. And I'm going to do an inspection here.
I'm going to translate over there in our new shepherding way, just to feel it out before we have anything.
Copy.
See what it'll be like.
Did the same, and I think for me, the two interferences that were new were helmet to the stowed radiator and being aware of the grapple fixture.
Copy.
Jessica, Christina, we're back with you. Jessica, when you are 5 feet clear of the EP, give the arm a go to maneuver to the EP Charlie position.
Okay, copy. I will let you know. I'm moving away from it now.
Copy. And Christina, we copy you are preparing for inspection.
That's affirmative, and I have inspected the IEA side. I see no FOD, no bent pins, didium eye bands with my helmet lights on the IEA side, and I see good cold plate as well.
Copy IEA inspections and how handy it is to have a helmet light for that.
Okay, and Luca, I am clear of the arm, so you have a go to maneuver.
And Luca copies.
And Stephanie, I am over at the IEA, so where is my first location? Am I going straight over to the radiator side?
Jessica, for you, the first activity is to relocate the scoops from the battery in slot 3 to the battery in slot 6.
Okay, copy, in work. And I can confirm that I have a
Just inspected the AP side of the connectors. No 5, no bent pins, and I see good EMI band.
Let's see, Luca 1.
Go ahead, Luca.
One question about your tethers, just making sure that they're also clear of the site.
The tethers should be clear of the site.
I copy.
Christina, with the inspection of both the IEA and the AP side, verify adapter plate blind make connectors are oriented ISS outboard.
Okay, they are, and I actually have it in soft up.
Copy that, then lock out your RET with slack.
And the red is locked out.
I have PGT settings for the PGT with the hex driver when you're ready.
And I'm ready for settings.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy Alpha 7, clockwise 2, and work. Stephanie, there's only one group on battery 3. It was on, oh, wait a minute. Okay, actually, correction on that one. It's in work.
Copy.
Christina Koch working with that pistol grip tool. She's inside of a portable foot restraint.
7, counters clockwise 2 set. I had a good count.
Copy, good Cal, and just confirm clockwise 2.
Thank you, clockwise 2.
Copy Alpha 7, clockwise 2 are good settings. Confirm one line flush on H2.
One line flush on H2.
Drive H2 16 to 17 turns to hard stop.
So Koch has that adapter plate in its position. Now going to work with that space drill to work with those 2 bolts to secure the adapter plate into place on the station. That adapter plate is adjacent to one of the new lithium-ion batteries that was installed on a previous spacewalk this past Wednesday. The adapter plate will be the final step for making sure that the configuration of this lithium-ion battery works with the station's power grid, routing power that's collected from the solar arrays downstream to the many experiments on board the station.
He turns a green LED, and I see 5.5 foot-pounds of torque. What happened there? Oh, okay, I did check it was Alpha 7, but I see that it did get bumped to Bravo 7 somehow, so let me know how you'd like me to proceed.
Copy, checking.
Over to the helmet camera of Jessica Meir as Koch continues to drive the bolt, securing the adapter plate into place. Her work is taking some of those handling aids, those scoops, that silver structure you see in the center of Meir's view. And she has to move those handling aids, those scoops, from the batteries that they currently are over to the battery that they'll handle next, and that's an old nickel-hydrogen battery, currently in the spot where a lithium-ion battery will take its place. So they need to move that old battery over on top of the adapter plate that Koch is currently installing.
We'd like you to go 1 turn counterclockwise and then reset Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Copy. So I am in Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'd like me to put one turn.
That's affirmed. That's a good config.
Copy. Now giving one line flush. I'll let you know when I have that.
Copy.
I have one line flush. Starting turn. There's one turn in Bravo 7, counter. Complete.
Copy. Reset now. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy. Drive that until it torques out.
I'm right above you here getting the scoop. Try to stay out of your way. Okay, copy that, and I have one line flush driving. Okay, we drove one turn. I have a green LED, 9.6 foot-pounds of torque. That sounds better.
Copy. Green light, one additional turn, 9.6 torque.
Read that.
And Christina, for your initial driving at Bravo 7, what was the turn count?
I had about 20 turns.
Copy. About 20 turns. Thank you.
And I now have Alpha 7, clockwise 2 set. And if you agree, I'll go ahead and get one line flush, 2 lines visible on H1.
I concur. 2 lines visible, 1 line flush on H1. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Yeah. Okay, and I can confirm I have that config.
Copy. Drive H1, 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
Okay, I had 5.5 turns, 9.2 foot-pounds of torque, and a green LED.
Copy. 5.5 turns, green light, 9.2 on the torque.
Stephanie, I am at battery 6. Could you give me a clocking for these scoops, please?
Yes, battery 6, H1, 4 o'clock, H2, 6 o'clock.
This is the helmet camera of Jessica Meir. She's moving some of those handling aids over to the battery that they'll be working with next. In the meantime, Christina Koch finished driving that last bolt of the adapter plate, now secured to the station.
Stephanie, I have the TC trade back on the GCSU H1.
Copy that. When Jessica joins you, she can stow it to the crew lock bag. You can unlock and release your RET and egress APFR. Next is the adapter plate work.
And Stephanie, just double check me on the clocking. We said 6 and 4, but that is actually relative to Christina in this position, not relative to H2, correct?
That's correct. 12 o'clock is the deployed radiator marking.
And Stephanie, I was able to reach the TA clamps from the APFR. So I have released the 3 TA clamps.
Copy, Christina. Next, demate the adapter plate connector.
Okay, and I also have a good option for that in the APFR, so I'll do that whilst I'm still ingress.
Copy.
Okay, and that is denoted from the dummy connector, and I see no FOD, good socket, and a good EMI band on the connector.
Copy the checks.
And I'm egressing.
Copy, and we can have you also ret to and remove the cap from the battery in slot number 3, just above.
Copy. Stephanie, both of those scoops are in place on battery 6.
Copy, Jessica. Please join Christina near the adapter plate.
Okay. Jessica, to catch you up, so far I've demated the connector, and I have not demated the cap or connected the connector back to the cap or back to the connector on the lithium-ion battery. I'll be visiting it, but happy.
Jessica, Christina, if you like, Jessica can ret to and remove the cap from the battery in slot 3, just above the adapter plate. And then Christina, you can transfer the adapter plate cable to Jessica for the mating. And when mating, if you need, put in one twist to keep it clear of the adapter plate interface, and also clear the gap spanner inboard during the mating.
Yeah. Hey, Jessica, so I think you're coming into position here at the cap. So, you said, feel free to ret to that. I am. That is in work. I've got a red on it. Okay, and then I'm going to remove that and then install it on the adapter plate. I can get this connected. It's a great soup location for getting down to that J4 on the adapter plate. Yeah. Happy? Want me to pass it to you? If you want to attach that on the adapter plate over there, and then I can attach this connector, or we can switch roles, either way, since you have it on your ret. So it's on the other side. That's affirmative, and it's right next to that soup that's on H1 of the DCSU, so okay, I think it'll be a good install. See, I see it. Okay, and on J4, on the lithium-ion battery, Stephanie, I have no FOD, no bent pins.
Copy. Mate the cable to the battery.
Okay, I have P4 connected to P4. It is mated over center.
Copy.
And one report, Stephanie, on this cap, I just noticed that I was about to plug it in. There are two O-rings on the cap. The bottom one, so the most external one, is actually cut, so it's still in place in the ring, but it is broken, so part of the edges on each end are extending outward. And it probably will interfere with it going in smoothly.
Copy, checking. And Jessica, thanks for the report. This is a dummy connector at this point. Do your best to install it, and
So Stephanie, I'm able to get it down, and now I see one of the cut ends is actually caught in between the connector and the cap end. So that's preventing me from rotating the cap to actually lock it in place. I think it actually seems like it would probably stay in place as it is, but in order to get a good full lock, I think I'll have to remove that broken O-ring.
Jessica, thanks for the effort and the report. We'd like you to place the cap with both O-rings in the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
And Jessica, we think there should be a free integral ret in the crew lock bag to receive that.
Okay, and upon removing it, most of the O-ring, the broken one, is still on the cap, but there is some of it that's remaining inside the connector. Just a little piece I can see there, so I don't think that I can really capture it. It's just a tiny piece of O-ring.
Copy, Jessica. We appreciate the report. That little piece of O-ring is fine to stay there.
Okay. These O-rings seem extremely brittle.
Copy, Jessica. Christina, I will take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
And I can do that while you're working, Jessica. Get that in the bag for EV2. No change on the glove. I have a dry hap and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks EV2. Thank you.
And Stephanie, you said that there should be a spare integral ret?
That's affirmed.
Copy. Christina, you don't happen to know which side of the bag that's on, do you? Okay.
Stephanie, for me, feel free to loop me up with any next steps.
Yes, there is one caution. Do not impart loads into microsquares once torque is broken on the associated bolt. Christina, check the gap spanner clear for the battery install onto the adapter plate in this slot 4, and roll your APFR to hotel.
And Stephanie, you broke up a little bit at the beginning there. I heard something about torque, but I believe that was a step that we're going to be ensuring later, or was that a step for me to break torque? Battery 6.
That was a caution. Here, I'll read it again. It's a caution that applies at the IEA. Do not impart loads into microsquares once torque is broken on the associated bolt.
So Christina Koch now making her way to that next battery after the adapter plate has been successfully installed onto the station. The cable routing the power from the lithium-ion battery to the adapter plate is installed, and Jessica Meir currently cleaning up those last set of procedures, putting the caps from those cables into her storage bag. You can see the view from Christina Koch's or Jessica Meir's helmet camera here. Christina Koch, in the meantime, on her way to that next procedure. That next one is over at the old nickel hydrogen battery. That was the one Jessica Meir just a little bit earlier was installing some handling aids on the two bolts that are securing the nickel hydrogen battery to the station. They're going to unbolt that old nickel hydrogen battery and put it on top of the adapter plate that they just installed and connected to the adjacent lithium-ion battery.
Okay, Stephanie, the cap is on the integral ret in the crew lock bag.
Copy, thank you. And while you're at the crew lock bag, and I believe I can see it in WVS, there's a check for the PGT with the hex driver to be stowed at the crew lock bag and clear of the battery in slot 6 for that operation.
Okay, copy.
And Stephanie, for me to adhere to that caution, I want to verify that torque has not been broken on battery 6.
And that's affirmed. You're getting ready to do that next, so that caution is just in advance of breaking that torque.
I have ingress, and my ingress aid is stowed.
Copy. And Jessica, also while you're working with the crew lock bag, we'll need the ratchet wrench with the 6-inch socket for breaking torque on battery 6.
Christina, I'm holding it out to your right hand.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Awesome. Christina, read the serial number on the battery.
Battery is serial number 0098.
Copy 0098. Jessica, if you can reach the battery tether point, attach a rat to the battery tether point or pass it to Christina to place it and lock out the rat with slack.
Okay, I'm just going to move position.
Sure.
Okay, here you go.
Got it.
Okay.
And if you wouldn't mind having a little more twist the radiator, I can lean back down and...
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, Jessica's red is on it on the battery 6. I believe she'll want to lock that out, so I see plenty of room here.
Okay, it's not yet locked out.
Copy that. And Stephanie, I haven't yet broken torque. Is that something I can do while Jessica's getting in a good position? It's locked out. Okay, copy. Thank you.
Yes, that's affirm. And also, once Jessica's in a good position, I'll need a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from her.
Okay, I'm in a good position for that check now.
You'll hear glove, hap, and gauntlet checks throughout today's spacewalk. These are regular stop points to make sure that their helmet absorption pad is dry, that their gloves don't have any scuff marks on it.
I have a small flap of RTV. It's actually not even a flap yet. It's just a little crack about midway up the index finger. And everything underneath it looks in good condition. My hap is dry. No change to the right glove.
Copy. And your gauntlets?
Gauntlets are down.
Copy. Good checks for EV1, PET 1 hour, 42 minutes.
Copy. I copy as well. And I have the ratchet wrench installed on H1 as battery 6, line flush.
Copy. 1 line flush on H1, brake torque less than 1 turn.
Okay, and that was tape line flush and braking torque. Is broken, quarter turn.
Copy. Quarter turn on H1. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Tape line flush on H2.
Christina Koch successfully breaking the torque of that first bolt, now working the second.
Quarter turn on H2.
Copy. Quarter turn on H2. You can hand back the ratchet wrench for Jessica to stow in the crew lock bag and swap for the PGT with the 6-inch socket.
And the ratchet is back at the crew lock bag. I will get you the PCT. That's your P. Firm.
Now that the torque is broken for the 2 bolts securing the nickel hydrogen battery to the station, Jessica Meir will hand off that pistol grip tool, that space drill, off to Christina Koch. You can see now she'll use that space drill to unbolt the old battery from the station. Its new home will be on top of the adapter plate that the duo just installed.
Copy. Copy. While the cal's in work, added items for the report. You are 15 minutes ahead. Limiting consumables 7 hours, 30 minutes. EV2 MEDOX.
And we have a good cal, good battery test and LED test.
Copy. PGT settings, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2 is set. It's definitely alpha.
Confirm tape line flush on H1.
Okay, I have tape line flush on H1.
Release H1 about 8 turns.
Good work. I see good alignment. See, thank you. Okay, that was 7 turns. Started skipping at 5, and the status indicator is in unlock.
Copy. 7 turns, skipping at 5, status indicator unlock. Same settings for H2, alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, that is set, and I am tape line flush on H2.
Copy. Drive H2 about 19 turns.
Copy. And Jessica, does that alignment look okay? Come to your left a little bit. Perfect. Okay. Dejacking. See.
Nice even jacking. Okay. Now it's 18 turns and it started skipping.
Copy 18 turns for skipping. Check status indicator unlock.
Unlocked.
Copy, you can transfer the PGT to Jessica for stowage on the swing arm. Unlock the RET. Jessica, you can reposition to receive the battery and then work together to remove the battery.
Okay, copy. My PGT is stowed, and let me unlock this RET, Christina. Copy. Okay, and let me think about where we need me right now. So, take a look. Okay, so I'm going to move a bit more outboard. Perfect. And we are installing it in the same orientation with H2 outboard. So one thought is I could hand you H1, and then I'll roll, and then you hand me back H2. Okay, copy. And we do, so right now, you know, you can see where the crew lock bag and the PGT are. Just have to guide it around that, and then I'll be able to clear them to make sure they're clear now, but you know, of course, they're kind of in between the two right now. Yep, concur. I see that, and I agree. I think we'll be able to clear out once we're there. Okay.
That nickel hydrogen battery unbolted from the station. Now Jessica Meir and Christina Koch talking their way through the next move to move it to its new position on top of the adapter plate as the sun begins to rise. The International Space Station, 259 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean, entering into an orbital daytime.
Maintain the battery orientation with H2 outboard.
Mark, H2 outboard. I feel like the RET is pulling Christina. Are we at the... No, it's not. There's still spots. It may be at the end, but so far so good. I'm not feeling any action on it. And I have removed it from soft dock, but it's still just over the stanchion slightly, so it's got a little play. And that was intentional. Okay, copy. I'm going to get a BRT down here. Okay, copy. That was a little pull, so that's the extent of it. Okay. It's a pull again. You may want to come a little inboard to give us a little leeway when we pull it out. Okay, I will. Okay. I'm just going to secure this BRT here. Okay, I think that I am in a good position now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull it out of the soft hook. All right. It's coming and it's clear. Copy. And if you would mind moving your safety tether, just kind of push it down towards your leg. Great.
Here comes the nickel hydrogen battery, now in control of Christina Koch, handing off to Jessica Meir.
There we go. All right, great. And then, you know, I don't think this handoff is going to be too difficult because we don't have to flip it. So I think we've got plenty of options here. You could take that side and then just hand me H1 once I'm over, or I could do this now. I think maybe where you are, if you were grabbing for H2, that might be the most natural. You think you can swing it up and over to me once I'm over battery 4 location? I have it in missile orientation.
Okay. I can. Now, what about the fins? Are they? Do you think you'll be able to keep them off, or should we flip it upside down?
I think we're going to need to flip it.
Okay, let me flip that then for you. Ready?
Yep. You have control?
I have control.
Okay, I'm going to let go. Now, stand by. See my tether?
Yep, I see that.
If we need to, I can go fairly out to my right.
Did you have it up and over? Okay. All right, would you be able to grab that scoop now? And suspend it away?
Yes, I've got control of the battery.
Okay, you have the battery.
I have the battery.
Okay, I'm going to now go back. Let's get my body back down towards picture since I lean back. Here it. Okay.
I've got good control.
All right.
And just don't move any more up, like head up, because the battery's just above you.
Copy. And Stephanie, if you agree, I'll go ahead and roll my APFR to Delta.
Copy, we concur.
And I'm pulling the battery in toward me a little bit, Christina, so now it's on your right.
Okay.
To be more out of your way.
Communication is key for battery handoffs. You hear Jessica Meir and Christina Koch communicating who has control of the battery. That's critical to make sure that it's not inadvertently lost. However, the battery itself, you see, is secured by a tether as well, making sure that not only is it in control of at least an astronaut, but also secure to the station at all times. Now that it's removed and in control of Jessica Meir, Christina Koch making her way over to its new location. She'll have to enter the new portable foot restraint to get her in a good position to push the battery in on top of the adapter plate. You can see the adapter plate here right now. This is the one they just installed. She'll have to enter that foot restraint, and that'll put her into a good position where you can see those two pegs off to the sides of the adapter plate. Those will be the guides for her to push it in. And then from there, she'll drive the bolts to secure it to the station.
Okay. And you see the PTT right now?
Yes, I do.
Right, and then I can see the cable. We'll also keep an eye on the cable. It does look pretty well clear, but you may need to bump it to the side a little bit to your...
Another handover in communications. A temporary gap in video and audio. We should be regaining audio communication, space to grounds, from our two spacewalking astronauts, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, here shortly, as well as some views.
Okay, now stand by, because my ret is now underneath.
Yeah, I see that, and I think as soon as I face the fins down, it'll come around. Here, I can be conflicted right now.
Don't think so. So, yeah, it's underneath. Okay, now it will come around.
Okay, yep, I'm getting it around.
You're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team's here guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through the procedures now.
Understand the APFR. Christina, you have it in the Delta position, and you show the area clear, the ingress is stowed, gap spanner and cable. We heard you talking about that clear of the slot.
And that's affirmative.
Okay, so, and Christina, can you lift the box away from the IEA?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and so now my ret is still underneath it. It went back underneath.
Okay.
So we need to either come around one of the corners. Wait, keep lifting the fins, lift the fins up, lift the fins up. Just bringing it down on me right now. Stand by. Okay, so I wonder if we're going to have to do a ret swap here.
Okay.
So I think this ret is just really going to be in our way.
That's a great call. Let me do that.
Okay. I'm just going to try to stay clear because I'm getting really close to the fins.
I'm leaning back even further.
I think this will really help us.
Okay, I'm going to zoom you right back to you. I'm ready to.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Meir and Koch talking their way through the configuration to make sure their tethers are in a good position, talking their way that maybe a different tether configuration will work for this particular move.
I see it. I have it.
All right. I'm still leaning back to keep it clear, so I'll just wait on your calls when I can begin installation.
Okay. Okay, I am in a good position now to see. Okay, so Christina, you're gonna have to bring the box down toward your feet, and now you see the PG. Okay, good. You're clear of the PGT,
and then the cable.
Yep, I'm gonna have to move over there to see that. One sec, I will translate over there. Okay. I think I can pull the cable clear. Okay. Okay. Still in the way there. Hold on, I'm gonna have to go down there. Okay.
And I like your location, Jessica, because I'll probably need a hand self-tracking as well.
Okay, copy.
For your awareness, your safety tether is now kind of across the battery.
On the top of it, though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, I think we're going to be good.
And then what you feel on your right is the battery.
Yeah, I feel it. Okay. I am holding the cable clear now, and I have good visuals. Okay, so if you can bring the battery down toward your feet. Okay. Now start coming down toward the adapter plate. Copy. I see my tethers clear.
Okay, copy that.
And I can help you guide H2.
Okay. In good alignment with Mark along the radiator side.
Yep. Stand by. Now we need to bring the lower part, so part toward your feet. Yep. Down more.
Okay. Toward my feet more, you mean?
So, no. The part
in.
Yes. It needs to come in more.
From the helmet camera of Meir, you can see her pulling back one of the cables. She's got a great view of one of the bolts that help to guide the battery in. She's communicating with Christina Koch, who's got a better handle of the battery itself and in the portable foot restraint, making sure those bolts and guides are aligned so they can push it right into the adapter plate.
Now try coming down.
Okay. One by one, we control the battery real quick. I'm going to decouple the tether that might be interfering slightly.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, and I have it back.
Okay.
Good alignment on alignment guide.
Okay, I think we're in line now. If you push down.
Okay, I'm pushing down. And then And this may be it. Remember, it is a lot taller.
I agree.
Okay.
Clear and flat dot.
Copy. Yes. And then this is probably where that fair lead should come in handy, but I think it's fine.
Yep, I can go put it in now though if you don't need me right here.
I think I just need your PGT.
Okay.
All right, Stephanie, we have battery 6, soft dots, and slot 4.
Copy that. Nice work. And I'll have PGTs when you're ready.
Actually, see if I can do this, or if maybe having you there would be a good. Do this from here. Okay, Stephanie, I'm ready for PGT setting.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Tape line is flush.
Drive H.
That's good alignment there. Copy.
Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
All right, we're going to need downward pressure. Jessica, I'll take your downward pressure on the PGT. Okay.
Meir and Koch successfully pushing that battery into place, now driving the bolts to secure it to the station. The first of 2 bolts that'll help secure it in that place.
Okay. I have to tell you, I'm not sure how that happened, but the switch went to Bravo again, and I just checked it. So I'm gonna incorporate a check more frequently now. So what happened was, it was on Bravo 7, but I got a low torque, so I didn't drive it all the way to the Bravo 7 torque, but it is likely above the Alpha 7 torque. So I'll stand by for steps. Not sure what's happening there. I've been checking it. Have to implement better checks.
And we copy Christina. Can you tell us the turn count that you just did?
Yes, 17 turns.
Copy 17.
And I do see the status indicator is in lock.
And we copy the status indicator, same as before. We'd like 1 turn counterclockwise at Bravo 7.
I have Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 sets. I'm going to put 1 turn on H2. Confirm tape line flush.
Good config.
Flush.
And Christina, come to your right a little. There you go.
Okay, I have Bravo 7 counter 2 set again. It's powered off. I'm going to put 1 turn in, and I have tape line flush.
Good alignment.
1 turn, Bravo 7.
And we copy. Now reset Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
I see Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Drive H2 to torque.
I have tape line flush, having a torque.
The number of turns and the torque using the pistol grip tool are measured very precisely.
Green light, it was 1 turn, 9.1 foot-pounds of torque.
Copy green light, 1 turn, 9.1 on the torque, and you previously reported you saw the status indicator lock. All on H2, thank you. Same settings for H1, Alpha 7 clockwise 2. Confirm 1.
Okay, and I'm looking at Alpha. I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
And we like it, Alpha 7 clockwise 2. Confirm tape line flush on H1.
Tape line flush.
Drive H1 4 to 5.5 turns.
That first bolt H2 secured to the precise measurement with the right number of turns. She's moved on to the next bolt with 4.5 turns.
Copy 4.5 turns, green light, 9.2 on the torque. Check status indicator lock.
Status indicator is locked.
Copy that. Nice work on battery 6. You can transfer the PGT to Jessica for stowage on her swing arm and unlock and release your ret.
Okay, I've unlocked and released my ret.
Copy, Christina. Your next steps are to retrieve the scoops from the battery in this slot, egress the APFR, and those scoops will be reinstalled on battery 5.
I copy. Good. Yep.
Christina, your next steps are at the EP. I'm sorry, for Jessica. Next steps at the EP.
Okay, so I will translate back to the EP now.
That's affirmative, and once you arrive, you have a go to ingress the APFR. SSRMS brakes are on.
Okay, copy.
With that, the old nickel hydrogen battery has been successfully installed on top of the adapter plate, secured with both bolts, and now in its new home. That frees up an empty slot on the station, so they'll move on to the next task. In fact, Christina Koch already on her way to the external pallet. They're going to grab that last lithium-ion battery that's currently on the external pallet and bring it over to the station and put it into that new slot that has just been freed up by moving that old nickel hydrogen battery. Jessica Meir still at the worksite doing some last cleanup things. Christina Koch already on her way to the external pallet to grab that last battery.
What do you think about that translation pass, Jessica? Brad?
I liked it.
Okay.
But I'm fine to do either way.
So I think we should try it.
Okay. And this the grapple fixture, we just have to be sure to keep our legs straight up, them to avoid that.
Okay. Okay. Stephanie, are these scoops going on to battery 5 at 6 o'clock?
Battery 5, H2 is 6 o'clock. H1 is 4 o'clock.
Copy. And Stephanie, I am in the APFR.
Copy. Check ingress aid stowed and tethers clear, and tell us the serial number.
Ingress aid is stowed, tethers clear, and I see I am in front of serial number 0023.
Copy 0023. Attach a RET to the H1 scoop, blocking it out with slack.
Work.
You're looking at the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, currently inside of the foot restraint, looking right at that new battery that they need to pull from the external pallet. Those handling aids, those scoops are in position. She's going to attach a tether to the new battery, make sure it's secured to her at all times. Her next steps will be to take the pistol grip tool and start unbolting it from the external pallet. In the meantime, Christina Koch is over on the station side. She's thinking 2 steps ahead at this point, moving some of those scoops, those handling aids that they just used to move the old battery to the slot on top of the adapter plate. She's moving those scoops up to the new battery that they'll start moving once they install this new battery that Jessica Meir is looking at right now on top of its new home on the empty slot of the station.
Okay, Stephanie, before I take those settings, I'm going to assess my reach. Actually, we only have to release H2 on this one, correct?
That's affirmative, Jessica.
Okay, then I am in a good position. I'm ready for settings.
PGT settings, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush on H2. Christina, check WVS.
I have tape line flush on H2.
Release H2 about 19 turns.
Work. And Stephanie, I have those scoops installed. I believe I'm heading back to APFR or the EP.
Christina, can roll your APFR to hotel and then meet Jessica near the EP.
Copy. And Stephanie, I have 24 turns. I didn't really feel the skipping, but it does feel like it is released.
Copy 24 turns. Check status indicator unlock.
Status indicator is unlocked.
Copy.
And it is definitely raised.
Copy that. Stow your PGT and unlock the RET.
And work.
Only one bolt securing the new lithium-ion battery to the external pallet. That work is complete. Now Jessica Meir has handle of that new battery. In the meantime, Christina Koch completed moving those handling aids to the battery that they'll use once they install this new battery. That's an old battery that they need to move again over to the external pallet.
H2 scoop and perform a RET swap.
Koch standing by, waiting for the handoff from Jessica Meir of that new battery.
Space for APFR.
affirm. Okay, I think, Christina, you're going to actually want to move a little bit more further outboard. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, I think we're in a good position if you concur. I agree. I'll be able to swing it down to my left and hand you H2. Okay. Start that swing and then we'll evaluate reach. Okay, let's see. I do not roll. It has control of the battery. Okay, you have the battery. I'm letting go. Copy. And then we know in terms of swing, I believe I'm spins out from structure right now. You are spins out, and then just don't move it any more zenith, because if you do, you'll be getting close to that handrail. Copy. Right now, you're in a good position, okay, and I'll give it in towards me. Okay, yeah, I think I will be able to still egress and have enough room. Okay, yep, it looks like you will, but I agree you'll kind of have to come off from the back of the ATFR. And we're ready for me to egress, Stephanie?
That's affirmed.
And Stephanie, do I need to sew the ingress at this time, or can I leave it here?
Jessica, you can leave it there.
Copy. So I think, Christina, before I can get down to that handrail, I can hold it here. Actually, maybe I can get down there if we can move it out a little bit more. What's that? Looking better. That's looking better. If not, I agree. We can do the minis pass off. Problem. Here, that's a hit on APFR.
New battery in tow. Christina Koch and Jessica Meir will communicate and work their way to move the new lithium-ion battery to its new home on the International Space Station. This is the last lithium-ion battery to be installed on the Port 6 truss.
Switch hands, though, and get it in my left hand and get my right hand down here, but right now I'm not going to be able to grab it that way. You want to do a mini hold right there? I can reposition one handrail down, and then we can scooch it towards me. And yep, let's do that. Okay? I've got control. Okay, you have the battery. I have the battery. Okay, and now you can put it out towards me, and I will get the hand. Perfect, I have the battery. Okay, you have the battery. Scooch it in. Yep, I'm in my way. and I am still redded to it. Do we want to leave me redded to it?
Can do the ret swap, I think, anytime at this point.
Okay.
And we concur.
The next time you have control, I can ret to it. Okay, copy. Thank you.
Christina, can you bring it inboard a little bit, outboard a little bit more?
Outboard, yep. Your awareness in positioning, your feet will need to go towards zenith to avoid the grapple fixture within a handrail or two.
Yep, I see that.
Okay.
The only thing that's difficult here is the clocking of this scoop. As you can see.
Yeah, I do see that.
I have a... Okay, I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have the battery. I'll go ahead and ret to it. Okay.
Okay.
My ret is on it, and do you like me to go ahead and just take control now, or go ahead and shimmy?
You can take control of the battery.
Okay, perfect. I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control. Okay, I have my ret.
Copy.
And now I have control of the battery.
Copy. I have control of the battery.
I have the battery. Beautiful coastline below us.
I see that. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, I have the battery.
Okay, you have the battery.
It looks like Africa.
Yeah. Christina, if you can go further.
I can, but we'll need to do one quick swap if you can grab it, and then I'll jump the handrail with my left hand. Right now, I am maxed out outboard on this handrail.
So it's right at the grapple fixture?
I know, I see that.
Yeah, okay, I'll just go one handrail down, and then we'll be able to pass them on the next one.
Copy.
Okay, I have the battery.
You have the battery?
I have the battery.
Are you able to push it towards me at all?
Actually, I think my safety tether is caught on the handrail adjacent.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm gonna have to turn around to do that.
I'll get control, and I am a little bit more outboard, so we did make progress. I have the battery.
You have the battery? Just my safety tethers under the APSR.
Copy.
Okay, that is free now.
Good catch.
Okay, now I can slide down. Okay, I have the battery.
You have the battery. I have the battery.
You have the battery. And if you can cinch it in to as far as you can, then I'll cross the grapple fixture now.
Copy. All right, I have it all cinched in. See, great clearance.
Okay, I'm past the grapple fixture.
See my sleeves. I've seen it in a while.
Okay, I have the battery.
You have the battery. I'm almost to the APFR, so we may get away with.
Through a lot of communication, Meir and Koch made their way to the work site. Meir currently has control of the battery. You can see from her helmet camera, number 11, using the handling aid, the scoop, to hold the new lithium-ion battery. In the meantime, Koch will begin positioning herself to ingress or enter the portable foot restraint. That portable foot restraint is positioned now to put her in a good position for installing the new battery and driving the bolts using the pistol grip tool, the space drill.
Probably going to be a good spot right there, because I'm at my APFR. Great. Obviously, the install location.
Okay. So, thinking about what orientation I want to be in right now. This is going right here. It is going in position 6, correct?
Yep, and H2 is outboard, which it is in that slot, so we're good there.
Okay, and Stephanie, I have a great view right now of the IEA, and I see good fins. I see no FOD and good pins and a good EMI band.
Copy, Jessica. Good inspection of the IEA.
See, I think if I move further this way.
Yep, and I'll swing this H1 up to you. I'll get in, and then I'll take back H2. This is my extension, if you want to gauge how far you can or not be. There we go, yep.
Okay, I have the battery.
You have the battery.
I have the battery.
And I'm going to, if you concur, I'm going to go ahead and ingress.
And I'm going to move more fast, get out of your way with the battery.
Copy, Christina. You can ingress.
Just watch the red.
Yep, excuse me. Yep, do not. Thank you.
Okay. I should be clear of you with the battery now.
Okay.
20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Another handover of video and audio communications from the station. Should be regaining both shortly. Of course, audio a little bit beforehand. In the meantime, you're looking at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. It's the teams here that are looking over all the systems and the crew aboard the International Space Station, as well as guiding our two spacewalking astronauts, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, through the procedures today.
Your tether, too, is...
Yeah, that's expressive. I just noticed. need to be over here.
Meir and Koch still in the process of getting the new lithium-ion battery. That is the third for this integrated electronics assembly on the Port 6 truss. There are 5 lithium-ion batteries currently installed on the Port 6 truss. This is the 6th and final. But the work won't be done quite yet.
Underneath the battery now. Copy.
Still need an adapter plate and to move an old lithium or nickel hydrogen battery to integrate the lithium-ion battery with this electronics assembly. That work coming shortly. In the meantime, Meir and Koch now with the visuals back from the International Space Station. Koch ingressing that portable foot restraint that puts her in a good position to drive the bolts and secure the lithium-ion battery to its new home. The battery itself still in possession of Jessica Meir.
Do you have the Venus side or the side away from church? Ingress aid is. Okay, are you still in the comfortable spot?
I am, and that's H2, so you want to have that in your right hand. Copy.
Also check tether's clear and that the gap spanner's clear.
The gap spanner is clear and tethers are clear.
Okay, I have the battery.
Okay, you have the battery.
Way back.
Give you a little push this way.
Perfect.
Excellent. Next will be the bottom of the battery inspection by Jessica.
Okay, stand by. Okay, I see good fins. I see no FOD, good EMI band. Pins. Okay, good inspection.
Copy, we concur. Good
The
inspection.
only thing that you're going to have to watch, I think, is your ingress. Christina, I think the only thing you're going to have to watch is your ingress aid.
Okay, copy. And can you let me know you're clear of the area? I can start pushing down.
I am clear.
Copy.
Bring it to your right. Coming right. Then stop there. Stop there, bring it up, away from the IA. Okay, come further right.
Copy.
Now come towards your feet.
All right.
Not down yet. Not
Okay.
down yet. More towards your feet. More towards your feet.
Towards my feet.
Okay, now,
In.
stand by. Come back up towards your head.
Okay.
Okay, and a little bit to your left.
All right.
And now down.
All right.
Perfect. Nice job.
And I believe there's left stop.
Hey, nice job.
Good guidance. Thank you.
Copy.
All right, I'm going to.
Nice teamwork. Lock out the Ratwood slack.
My red is locked out with slack. Now it's complete.
Excellent. And receive Jessica's PGT with the 6-inch.
The new lithium-ion battery pushed into place. Now the work begins to take that pistol grip tool, that space drill, drive the bolts to secure the lithium-ion battery to its new home. In the meantime, we're approaching an orbital nighttime. The sun starting to set as the International Space Station is 261 statute miles just over Ethiopia in Eastern Africa.
Clockwise 2.
Okay, and I see Alpha 7. Clockwise 2.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Tape line is flush on H2.
Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
Alignment. Copy.
Okay, we are not getting movement of the unlock, and I don't see jacking. What do you saying, Jessica?
Yeah, I haven't seen any either.
So let's get a little more positive pressure on it.
That did look like it bumped a bit down.
Okay.
And bring your PG with the right. Relative to the PGC. Yep. Perfect. That's aligned now.
And Stephanie, did you copy our reports, and are we good to continue turn?
We copied the report. You're good to go.
Okay, and did you copy the number of turns I had on it that I don't think it was progressing? Because I'll go ahead and restart my turn count.
We concur to restart the turn count.
Okay. Copy. And Jessica, still good alignment?
Yes. Now I see movement.
Okay, we have it work out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be backing down straight. It did just box kind of move right and left.
Okay. We did have a torque out, so usually that's just a better position incident. Stephanie, do you agree?
We concur.
Copy. That was one turn before it torqued out. We started turn.
Copy.
I am on Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good PGT settings.
Let me know if you want me to lock out that PGT strap too, in case that's pulling.
Okay.
Actually, you have the lock side.
Okay. I think how's the alignment look? I've got good downward pressure on it now.
The alignment looks good.
Okay, starting turns, I have tape line flush.
I see jacking.
Copy. I see movement of the indicator. Yep, I counted 16 turns. I see.
And it looks flush.
Green, great. Green LED, 9.1 foot-pounds of torque. Status indicator is in lock.
Copy 16 turns, green light, 9.1 on the torque, status indicator lock. Nice work, and you can transfer the PGT back to Jessica for stowage on her swing arm and unlock and release the red.
What about H1?
Yeah, I think we're going to do H1.
Yes, thank you for double checking me. I had checked off in the wrong place. So you are correct, Alpha 7 clockwise 2 for H1.
Okay, and I'm double checking. I do see Alpha 7 clockwise 2. I'm installed tape line flush on H1.
Good settings and good check. Drive H1 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy. And Jessica, how's the alignment look?
Looks good.
Copy. Starting turn.
The first bolt securing the new lithium-ion battery driven and in place, now working on that second bolt.
And that was 5.5 turns. LED, 9.1 foot-pounds of torque. Status indicator is lock.
On H1, 5.5 turns, green light, 9.1 torque, status indicator lock.
Good readback.
Now we are complete. And you can transfer the PGT and unlock and release the red. Christina, next for you will be to relocate the APFR to width 17. For Jessica, you will retrieve the ratchet wrench to break torque on the battery.
Copy, and that's battery 5?
That's affirmed.
Okay, copy.
So with that, the new lithium-ion battery has been installed on the station. That is the last lithium-ion battery from the pallet and the last of the Port 6 truss to be installed. It's not the end of the road, though. They still have a few more moves to complete the installation. The next step will be the two of them will go over to one of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries that's currently on the station. They have to unbolt it, and they have to bring it over to the pallet. From there, there's an adapter plate that's in its way for stowage and ultimate disposable. They have to remove that adapter plate. They'll perform a swap, install the old nickel-hydrogen battery onto the external pallet for eventual disposal, and that adapter plate will be installed onto the station and integrated with the lithium-ion battery that they just installed. That'll complete the work of the battery work on the station.
Battery 5.
Now underway. Christina Koch already at battery 5, breaking the torque, beginning the procedures to remove that battery.
Okay, and I have tape line flush. Torque is broken on H1.
Copy, torque broken on H1. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
In work. Line flush on H2.
Brake torque.
Torque is broken. Quarter turn.
Copy, quarter turn on H2. You can stow the ratchet wrench back in the crew lock bag, and I'll take a glove and hap check from you both when convenient.
In work. And Stephanie, I have the APFR installed in width 17. Caulking is 12. Black on black. Pull twist test. And pitch knob is pushed out. Settings are Quebec, Foxtrot 12.
Copy, Christina. Those are good APFR settings and good checks.
Okay, Stephanie, so I believe now I'll get in a position for the handoff of this battery, and then we'll shepherd this one back to you.
That's affirmed, and if it's a good time, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
Okay, and sorry I did that. I just forgot to report it to you. I have no change from my gloves, left or right. My hap is dry, and gauntlets are down. And
good check, CV1.
Also in work.
EV2, no changes to my gloves. Dry half, gauntlets are down.
Good checks EV2, PET 2 hours, 47 minutes. We show you about 10 minutes ahead. That would be great to be 10 hours ahead. And limiting consumable is EV2 Medox, 7 hours, 24 minutes.
Copy. And Stephanie, can you say again PET? I just didn't catch it.
Yes, PET 2 hours, 47 minutes. And also good news.
Am I go to ISS?
Yes. No, that's okay. Just wanted to pass along good news about the battery adapter plate pair that you were working on. We had good. It has good power and good connectivity checks for the battery and adapter plate in slots 3 and 4.
Great news, Stephanie. Thank you. Yeah, I should be clear of you here. Okay, this will be an interesting pass-off, though. I almost think maybe we should go with the original. Yeah, I agree, only because of the location I grabbed the picture. I agree, and also I won't be able to get on the other side down there. So it's still going to be a pretty far pass-off. Could send board of those scanning connectors on the same hand roll where we usually do the pass-off? I think I can, but I'm not sure since there's so much. Hopefully you'll be able to reach me there. Okay, sure. Okay, and I'm Ingra. The serial number is, I can see it, it's 0102. Got it, yep.
Copy 0102. Check ingress aid stowed, tethers clear, and gap spanner clear.
Ingress aid is stowed, tethers clear, and gap spanner clear.
Copy.
Okay, and I'm going to get my busy. Okay.
Copy Jessica and Christina. Christina, Brett to the H1 scoop, locking it out with slack.
Be right to H1 in work. Right to H1, locked out with slack.
Copy.
PH. That's the PH.
PGT settings are alpha 7, counter clockwise 2.
Okay, I have alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 set.
Good settings.
Another handover in the communications from the International Space Station. Should be regaining those communications shortly. Just before we cut to what is now the live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Meir and Koch working to use the pistol grip tool to unbolt that nickel hydrogen battery from its current home on the station. They're going to move it over to the external pallet for eventual disposal.
On H1.
Line is flush on H1.
Release H1, about 8 turns.
Copy, 8 turns on H1, and just for this, I'll either take you triggering or applying back pressure to keep it stable while I trigger. I've got good back pressure, okay?
Stephanie Wilson at the top of your screen, the ground IV. She's the voice from here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew. Jessica Meir and Christina Koch aboard the International Space Station working through their procedures.
Okay.
Now getting some of that video communication back from the station.
Skipping at 5. Is in unlock. I agree.
Copy 6 turns with skipping at 5, status indicator unlock. Same settings on H2, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, copy that, and I do see Alpha 7, 1 or 2 sets. And I'll take the same on this one just. Okay. Okay, I have back pressure.
Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Line flush. Will now be a good alignment.
Release H2 about 19 turns.
The first bolt securing that old nickel hydrogen battery to the station has been released. Now working on that second bolt. From there, Meir and Koch will continue their work of shepherding or moving that battery over to its new location. For this instance of this nickel hydrogen battery, they'll move it over to the external pallet for eventual disposal.
Okay, that's 21 skipping at 19. And I see status indicator is unlocked.
Copy 21 turns, skipping at 19, status indicator unlock. Transfer the PGT back to Jessica and unlock the rack.
PGT is transferred and red is unlocked.
Copy. Once Jessica is in position to receive the battery, Christina, you can remove the battery and hand Jessica the H2 scoop.
I'll be handing her H2 once she's ready. Okay, Christina, so I'm going to have to shimmy past you there. Yep, I'm going to move this way. I'm not touching the battery since I'm not using the battery to position myself outboard, but I'm using this other one that's fully installed to give you the space. Yep, I'm good now. Great clearance. Okay, I am in the orientation for the old shepherding. Okay, copy. I see that. Okay. Actually, this should work. Okay. About the same relative distances as the previous pass-off? I think so. Okay. Copy. Okay, I'm going to remove the battery. Yeah, let me just get into a better position and get a local down. And Stephanie said I'm going to be passing you H2. Okay, copy. I have a plan for that. Okay, so if you swing it around and can get it down to me, I'm not quite sure if we're going to be close enough or not here.
Okay. I'm going to get it towards you, and I've got fins facing out.
I see that. Okay, actually, I have the battery.
Copy. See that. Okay, and you have the battery. Neat degressing.
Copy. See the red?
Yep. Okay. Thanks. I'm going to check my safety tether looks good, and it does. Next step, red. I don't like that.
From the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, she has control of that nickel hydrogen battery. Koch getting into a position. They'll have to shepherd it together over to the external pallet. From there, they'll have to perform a swap. Currently in the slot where they plan to put this particular battery is an adapter plate that's going to help connect that final lithium-ion battery that they just installed to the station.
I agree.
So they're shepherding this battery over, and the next step will be to swap it once they're at the external pallet work site.
Okay, you have the battery.
I have the battery. And my goal is going to be to get it more so that the fins are facing station forward to Venus so that we can clear this travel fixture.
I concur. Okay. I have the battery.
Okay, you have the battery.
I have the battery.
All right, and I'm going to move in board.
We are in line with the grapple fixture now, but we're forward of it.
Okay, I see that. That's great. I have the battery.
You have the battery. Okay, I am actually at the APFR. You're going to definitely have to get closer.
Agreed. I think
So we'll
one
pause
more.
here.
Communication is key here to make sure that The battery has maintained control by one of the astronauts at all times, and to make sure it's secured by a tether. Jessica Meir, this is her helmet camera. She's working to enter a portable foot restraint that'll get her into a good position.
Because my rec could pull it down that way. Let me know if you want me to bias it for you anyway.
Copy. I'm in a good position now.
Okay, great.
She'll get into a position where the adapter plate is now, and she'll be the one to unbolt that adapter plate and swap it with the battery that they're currently towing to put the battery back on the external pallet.
Yeah, I have a battery. You have the battery? And is it, yeah, I'm going to pull it my way, so it is outboard of you completely. Fins are facing Venus. Okay, I see that. This one's just going on your BRT, if I recall correctly. Okay, I'm in. Nice job. Thank you. All right, I'll get my BRT ready. Copy.
Jessica, also double check ingress aid stowed and tethers clear, and your BRT ret can be attached to the battery tether point.
Right, we haven't done that swap yet. So I think we'll have to do that. I think we managed to do that last time, Christina, during the transfer. And actually, I'm just going to pause 1 second. I'm going to readjust my TCB.
Copy. Take your time.
Stephanie, I've gone from a setting of 7 to a setting of 5.5.
Copy.
Okay, Christina, I have my BRT and my BRT ret ready.
Okay, I'm going to start moving it your way.
Does look like we're pretty far away from each other.
I'm still scooched outboard from giving you space on the ATFR, so I've got some room to grow here.
Okay.
How's that looking?
I can see the fins right now.
Okay.
So you can keep coming zenith. You're clear of the EP. And if you can spin it so that the scoop comes toward me. I've got a finger on the back. I'm going to try to push it up.
Okay. Upward out a little bit, but
yeah, I think
back your way.
You might need to be a handrail closer. I think we were last time.
Okay, do you think you'll be able to hold the scoop for a moment while I do that?
I am nowhere near the scoop right now.
Okay, not right now, I know, but if I get it back up to where it was?
No, I wasn't near the scoop yet then either.
Okay.
Let's just try, maybe if you stretch out a bit more.
Copy.
And also, if I need to try to take 1 foot out, and I might be able to lean further down. I keep coming up. I'm still like a foot away.
Okay. Repositioning.
And stand by, don't bring it up just yet, because you're under the EP with it.
Okay.
Bring it aft a bit. Now you can start coming zenith. Scoop around the other side.
All right, I think I am going to come a handrail closer.
Okay. You want to put a tether, still tethered to the battery. So let me know what guidance you need for that.
Tether is 1 handrail closer, so I feel comfortable.
Okay. You can always come back down if you need.
I mean, technically, I feel comfortable moving over to that handrail. You know, I have a local down, but it would mean that my hand would be off of the battery scoop for a moment. It is rudder to me and not going anywhere. So.
It is, and I agree, and the fins are up, so
yeah,
it is in a very good position.
I agree. Let's see what Stephanie thinks.
Checking. Jessica, Christina, we like how you're working through it. It's the plan is your discretion.
Copy. All right, I'm going to move to 1 handrail closer.
Okay, copy, and I'll keep an eye.
Okay, that's complete. And now I'm going to pass it up to you.
I see that.
Much easier. I've got control. Okay, you have control. Do you want me to? I'm in a good spot too. If you want to stick your BRT on it, or are you going to do that? I don't think I can reach the tether point to BRT to ret to it. So I think I'm just going to ret to the scoop. Okay. Or if you want to take it and throw the ret down and then hand it back to me, that's another option. I've got it right on the scoop. Copy. And I still have control of the battery, so.
From the helmet camera of Jessica Meir, you can see her holding on to a body restraint tether. Once Christina Koch is getting in a good position and Jessica Meir is ready to receive that battery, she'll use that body restraint tether to attach, essentially, the old battery to herself. She'll keep it there while she uses the pistol grip tool to unbolt the adapter plate, currently right in front of her, perform a swap and a handover to Christina Koch while still having that battery attached to her. And then once the slot is free of the adapter plate, she'll put that battery that will be on her body restraint tether back onto the external pallet.
All right, my rep is trying to release. There it goes. All right, it's all yours. See a good config on your BRT. And your roll is in golf right now, just for awareness. Okay, copy. I can move it to Foxtrot if you'd like. Okay, and it looks like you will need someone to hand down that PGC just where the bag is on itself. Stephanie, would I have a go-to translate onto the EP?
Yes, that's affirmed. You have a go. Brakes are on.
Copy. And before I do that, Jessica, do you want that roll, the Foxtrot? Yeah. Stand by one. I'm just going to get this. Okay. Make sure this is tight on my BRT. Good call. I have a lot of momentum. Okay, yes, and I will take that. All right. Let me know if you want me to try to rock forward to help you. Yeah, that is it. I'm a little concerned that with that battery that rolling you might, end up, if I do go backward with it, it might not be come out of it. So I almost think, given how much, mass is on this right now, we just keep it at golf if that's acceptable. Okay, we worked with that last time, so you can make that work, and we can GC it as needed. Okay, copy and concur. I'll be translating onto the EP now. See, you'll fill me on your ingress speed.
Jessica Meir now has control of that nickel hydrogen battery, freeing up Christina Koch's hand to make her way over to the external pallet, getting in position to aid Jessica Meir with some of the tools, and in a position to receive the adapter plate once it's been removed from the external pallet.
I'm slowly translating, given that I'm on the EP, up to the Or UBAG location? Yeah.
Copy. All of the EP previous reminders apply, and when convenient, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
My copy. Okay, and that's a good time for me. I am looking at my gloves. Change from the last report. Stephanie on my glove for EV1. My hap is dry.
And are your gauntlets in place?
My gauntlets are in place? Yes, sorry about that.
Copy, thank you. Good checks, EV1. PET is 3 hours, 18 minutes. We show you about 10 minutes ahead. Limiting consumable, EV2 MEDOX, 7 hours, 25 minutes.
Copy. And copy. And I'm going to give you a glove report as well.
Copy, sunrise in 2 minutes.
Copy. Okay, I see no change to my gloves. Hap is dry, gauntlets are down.
Copy, good checks, EV2. Thank you.
And I'm at the ORU zone.
Christina, we see you there, retrieving the ratchet wrench with the hex driver.
And I would say, Christina, since you are in front of me right now, you can get in a good position to break torque. You go ahead and do that. Eventually, we are going to have to GCA in closer. If you're not in a good position, we can always do that before breaking torque. Let's see if it works. Okay, good position for H2. That was just an eval, and then we'll do H1 first. And good position for H1. Okay. If you're good with it, I can do the torque braking. Definitely EV2. Do you have a hand over?
We're still here, and Christina, understand you're in position to break torque on H1. Confirm one line flush.
Affirmative. I have one line flush on H1.
Go to break torque, max 1 turn.
Torque broken on H1, quarter turn.
Quarter turn H1. On H2, confirm one line flush.
Work.
Jessica Meir breaking the torque of the adapter plate on the external pallet as the sun rises over the horizon. The International Space Station, 259 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean, about to enter into an orbital daytime.
I believe you said a third of a turn on H2?
Affirmative.
Copy that. You can swap the ratchet wrench at the ORU bag for the PGT with the hex driver.
I'm just going to take it off the adjustable, and the adjustable is still on the handrail, Jessica. Okay, copy for your awareness when you bag gather.
Houston copies as well.
Hey, here's a coming at you. Do you want to go ahead and do the GCA you mentioned now? Or take this and evaluate? I can take it. Okay. Got it. Sure, it's in my hand. All right.
Okay, let me see how far I can lean in. And I'm going to need you to move Zenith a bit, okay? Okay. Yeah, that's about as far as I can get. Okay, I see that, yep. We're going to want downward pressure, so, yep. Okay, so Luca, are you with us?
And Luca is here with you.
Okay, Luca, I'm going to need about 20 centimeters closer to the...
I understand you need some GCA, about 20 centimeters closer, and I'll put the system in work, and I'll let you know when I'm ready to maneuver.
Okay, copy. And Christina, good where you are. I have clearance on you, so I'll let you know you're getting too close to me. Okay, copy. And I'm going to go clear as soon as the brakes drop, so copy. And I can lean back as well. Copy.
Luca Parmitano inside the International Space Station at the controls of the robotic arm. At the end of that robotic arm is this pallet that we're looking at now, the external pallet. Jessica Meir looking to unbolt that final adapter plate, that black structure, immediately in front of her view. Just needs it to be a little bit closer, so she's working with Parmitano on the inside of the station. Parmitano at the controls of the robotic arm, about to move it into position for a better reach for Jessica Meir.
That's good motion. Continue. I see motion. Actually, maybe that was just me moving. APFR has a lot of play. Yep.
Okay, copy that. And I'm starting motion right now.
Okay, copy. You know, when that battery's under BRT, yeah, it can move you. And that was me moving, yep. Now I see good motion. Continue.
Okay, good motion. And 3, 2, 1, you have 20 centimeters.
Okay, and stand by, Luke. I'm just going to evaluate before we call that complete.
Okay, standing by.
Brakes are not on. Yep. And I have, I think that's going to work, Luca. We'll call that GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on. Go for EP ops.
Okay, copy. Brakes on.
Jessica, confirm one line flush on H1. After PGT settings, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
I see Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 is set.
Good settings.
And starting turn.
The pallet now in a better reach. Jessica Meir working on that first bolt.
Turns and is skipping.
Copy 8 turns with skipping. At this time, you and Christina can evaluate the reach of Christina's BRT ret to the adapter plate handrail tether point.
And I'm on structure. Yep, and it is the one that is down. Okay. I was just going to offer about putting this bag away. Is that something we're going to need to do? Or, it will be after this. So we could put away everything except for the PDC. And Stephanie, just checking in with you.
If there is a step to stow everything in the bag at this point before Jessica comes back to get the scoop, I'll go ahead and do that now. So if we have Mason planned or not.
Christina, at this time, it's dependent upon what get-aheads are done, so you can leave the bag in its current config.
Okay. And Jessica, does that sound okay to you? You think it'll be in the way?
If you don't mind, if you could just Velcro the top down like it was before so that not all flying out, and that'll be a little bit easier to manage, and then I'll take care of the stuff.
Okay, perfect. I'm not pulling that PPT out of your hands.
Yep, no, I've got it.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Velcro, yeah, that's a lot better. I'm going to try to stay zenith here, so you won't have to come back too much.
Stephanie, on that, a TCV setting of 4.5. That's for EV1.
Copy EV1, 4.5 TCV setting.
And Christina, do you want to try to pass the ret up, or do you want me to get a ret on this one?
Well, I think since this one is closer, if we did it like last time, you would get the red on, but I think, we've sort of shown we can do it both ways. So I don't think I have a strong preference.
I think it'll be easier with your ret this time because I have a battery on the BRT.
Okay.
So let's try that first.
Okay, I like it. Pass you my BRT ret.
$20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Okay, I have it.
Copy.
Another handover in video and audio communications should be regaining that very shortly. What you just saw was Jessica Meir and Christina Koch working on that last set of procedures to take the adapter plate off from the external pallet and swap that position with an old nickel hydrogen battery to be installed onto the pallet for eventual disposal. That adapter plate will be integrated on the International Space Station next to that lithium-ion battery that they just recently installed to complete its integration with the station. Regaining some of that audio communication. This is the team leading our 2 spacewalkers through the spacewalk today, as well as maintaining the systems aboard the International Space Station.
Oh, I see. Or you could drive the feet in. All right, I got one foot out. I think it's going to work. Okay, and be aware it is around your ingress stage just a tiny bit. Yeah, it'll be an easy one, but. Okay, it's on there now. All right, great. I'm ready to do it. I'll let that PGT out of your reach. Yeah.
So understand Christina's BRT red is now to the adapter plate handrail tether point?
It is.
Copy that. I have PGT settings for H2 when you're ready.
Okay. Stand by one. Stephanie, I took 1 foot out of the APFR, that red on, so I'm just going to get that back in.
Copy that.
Okay, I am back in. I'm ready for PGT settings.
Alpha 7.
Alpha 7, counterclock.
Good settings, counterclockwise too.
Confirm that set.
Confirm 1 line flush on H2.
I have 1 line flush on H2.
Drive H2 about 19 turns.
Okay, copy and mark. When I torqued out, I'm going to reposition. Torqued out again. Let me try to get to a better position.
Jessica, for this, do you feel you got any turns on it before it torqued out?
Yes, it turned about a little less than 1 turn.
Copy, less than 1.
If driving it closer would help. I'm in a good position now. Okay, and Stephanie, I had 12 turns and skipping.
Copy, 12 turns and skipping.
I'm going to put a few more turns on it just to make sure it's all the way out, if you're okay with that.
We concur.
Yes, I do think it is released.
Copy, and how many additional turns did you get?
2 additional turns.
Copy, 2 additional turns. You can tend the PGT toward the ORU bag and work to transfer the adapter plate.
Okay, copy. I copy as well. I am on the handle right at the base of your APFR. My BRT is pointed up with the jaws up. Oh, did I just get rolled? Nope, you're on golf still.
I'm pulling on H2 and it doesn't actually see the release. One might take a jiggle and an extra pull. I might need to GCA it to the right so I can pull equally from both sides. Right now I can't reach H1. That one more time.
Copy, Jessica. We're discussing.
It is not releasing. Yep. Okay, and do you have eyes on your battery? Yeah, I'm moving it right now. I'm going to move down then to get out of, but not too far down because of my red on the AP.
Jessica, Christina, we're still discussing.
Okay, copy. And what I don't have anymore, Christina, is the TGT, so copy. Go there and hit it.
Jessica, we'd like to have you assess if H1 is released, and if you need to GCA the arm to have access to H1, we'd be fine with that.
Okay, copy. I am going to need some GCA for that. So, Christina, why don't you go back to structure, I guess, are you kind of straddling right now in between, or? Yes, and my RET is still on. Right. After plate. So, Stephanie, I think it would make more sense for Christina to be on the EP since she is ready to be adapter plate. This GCA.
Checking.
Concur, Christina? Yep. Yep. We're going to need you on there anyway to get the PGC, so you need it again. Yep, no problem. On all the way up to the top, of course.
Jessica, Christina, we'd like Christina to translate onto the EP for the arm motion.
Copy, it works. So keep an eye on my BR2 right because I'm going to retrieve my locals. Okay. I don't want it to stretch out. Copy. So, Christina, right now, if you look to your right, your safety tether is okay config, but it is actually under one of the cams of that grapple fixture. Okay. And that might be something to fix on the way back over. Looks like we're passing over Patagonia right now. I can see those turquoise lakes. Nice. All right, and I'm going to have you make sure the rep stays towards the AP. Can you? And my BRT is in your reach. I'm going to pull it out in front of me. How's that? And then I'm going to use your ingress aid to translate over. EP. You can feel me on the ingress aid. And then, all right, there we go.
All right. So I'm going to kind of hug in instead of going all the way to the external handrail this side.
Okay, and the battery's behind you.
Okay, perfect. And I'm up near the PGT, so I can hand that to you if required. And I'll go quiescent for MEG.
Okay. I'll let you go a little further zenith first. Perfect. That looks good.
And Christina, it appears that you might be in a position to have access to H1. If so, would you be able to wiggle H1 and see if there's any motion in the adapter plate?
It looks like it is released because right now it is a bit canted to the right, as in like the right side is further down than the left. So I think that to me it looks like H1 is released and H2 is not. But Christina can assess that.
Copy. Understand you feel H1 is released and H2 is not.
I'll let Christina get a hand on it to confirm that.
Yes, H1 is
Copy.
released.
Copy. H1 is released. We'd like to see if we can drive H2 more turns with the PGT.
Copy. Right up.
And either Jessica or Christina, whoever has the best access, can do this.
And Jessica, she's in the ACSRs.
Copy that.
Okay.
I have the PGT.
Okay, you have the PGT.
Okay, and if you can move zenith again.
Yep. And then maybe I can lock out my ret. That's something else we haven't done. Could be part of what's going on here. Got my DOT ret.
I guess that's true. Maybe we were loading it before.
Yep. My DOT ret is locked out.
Copy, and I see good alignment there. So, you want me to continue with counterclockwise, Stephanie?
Yes, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 for release.
Okay, copy. And Christina, I need you to move a little bit more zenith so I can lean in.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're pulling on the red again. You might need a little bit more slack in the red. Okay.
Confirm one line flush on H2.
So with a quick tug test from Christina Koch,
Sure is. It's one line flush. You've got it.
the duo determined a few more turns are needed for that second bolt to release the adapter plate.
I'm starting turn.
Copy and concur.
See it jacking.
Again, once they remove that adapter plate, that'll free up the slot so they can put the old nickel hydrogen battery. They'll perform the swap and take that adapter plate over to the station to be integrated with that final lithium-ion battery.
And this is where you might want to put a finger on it.
It's definitely loose now.
Yep, concur. I'll put a finger on it so it doesn't come out.
Got it.
A better angle because
I think I can push on this connector. My connector.
Okay, got it. Yep, good.
Okay, Stephanie, it is definitely loose now. Tina, hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I get clear of you.
Okay, holding. And then I'll put the eyes on my ret. It's still slack.
Okay, all right. I'm ready for you to translate.
Jessica, additional turn count, please.
The additional turn count was 13 turns. It is definitely released now.
Jessica, you said 15 turns?
1-3.
1-3, 13. Thank you.
and then I'm going, if I'm clear to translate in front of you, Jessica?
You are.
I'm clear. Copy.
Christina, you may have reported this. Double check your RET unlocked.
It is unlocked. Thanks for checking.
Copy, thank you.
All right, I'm going to reposition to receive this on my BRT.
Okay, and reminder about your safety tether there. You'll need to get that when you go by in the cam.
Okay, copy. Okay, I see that. You know what? I don't have a local down. I'm going to do that right now.
Okay, just I'm only worried about the
do that. Yeah,
the rep.
You're right. Okay. Cool. I will do that when I go by.
Jessica Meir now handling the adapter plate.
Christina, I'm ready to push it down.
Okay.
You want to get your DRT ready to receive.
Okay.
Meir now has both the adapter plate and the nickel hydrogen battery in her possession. She's about to hand over the adapter plate to Christina Koch.
Hey. Down. And down. Pull this side down. All right. One pedal out, two pedals out. Okay, I have it on my BRT and my BRT rep. I'm going to slide it in between you and the EP. Okay. If you can get it going in that direction, that'll help me out. Kind of like
Pushing it down, but I think it's just going against your BRT.
Yep, agreed.
And just watch the APFR.
Okay.
Between the APFR and the EP right now. I'll lean back to get out of your way.
Christina Koch, adapter plate in tow. You can sort of make out Jessica Meir in the portable foot restraint.
Move on with the battery. And I'm going to get my safety tether off the cam. Okay, copy.
Jessica, Christina, nice work. Christina, we see you en route to the IEA. And Jessica, when you are ready, you can retrieve the battery from your BRT with H2 in your right hand.
That is in work. And actually, I believe that H2 should be in my left hand. In the orientation that I'm looking at, I see the connectors on the left.
And that's the proper alignment.
As Koch makes her way over to the integrated electronic assembly, that's where she'll be installing that adapter plate right next to the lithium-ion battery that the duo recently installed onto the station. You can see from this view Jessica Meir pulling over that nickel hydrogen battery that she had on her body restraint tether, pulling it right in front of her and sliding it into place on the external pallet. She's using those handling aids, those scoops, to guide it into place.
Stephanie, I am ingressing my APFR and maybe roll Foxtrot.
Copy roll at Foxtrot and verify gap spanner clear, and you have good reach to the PGT with the hex driver.
Bye. I won't have access to the PGT. That's a good call. I need to go get that. That's over on H1 of the DC with you. The gap spanner is clear, so I'll go get the PGT.
Copy.
Stephanie, I am in soft dock.
Copy soft dock. Jessica, lock out the ret with slack.
Can work. The ret is locked up with slack.
Copy. Next is the PGT with the 6-inch. I'll have settings when you're ready.
Copy. And I believe we're only driving H2, correct?
That's affirm.
The last nickel hydrogen battery soft docked into the external pallet. Meir will only have to drive one bolt to secure it to the external pallet, since it'll just have to be disposed after this. And that'll complete the battery swap work for the old batteries.
And Stephanie, I'm not sure I feel comfortable with the AP on my BRT retrieving the PGT. I would propose that maybe I go ahead and ingress and get it soft docked, and then by that time Jessica will be here to assist. It's just there's a lot of things on this IEA, and I don't want to risk the AP impacting anything.
Christina, that's a good call. We concur. Please continue with ingress.
Copy. Stephanie, I had a good cal, and I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set.
Good settings. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
Work. Tape line is flush on H2.
Copy. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
Work. Good jacking. Stephanie, I have 16 turns, good green light, and 9.2 torque.
Copy 15 turns, good green light, 9.2 on the torque.
All correct except for the turns. It was 1-6, 16 turns.
Copy 1-6, 16 turns. Check status indicator lock.
Status indicator is locked.
Jessica, with this work on the battery complete, you can stow the PGT, release the rets, And then we'd like you to meet up with Christina at the IEA. Your call if you'd like to remove the scoops prior to doing that, or do that when you come back to the EP.
If I'm not packing up the bag now, I may as well just get the scoops when I pack up the bag. If that's what you mean.
Yes, it is what I mean, and that's fine.
Okay.
With that, the final nickel hydrogen battery has been installed onto the external pallet. The pallet itself now loaded with all planned 8 nickel hydrogen batteries for disposal.
So rather than leaving it on the PGC where it would be on the PGC for your ops, it just took the adjustable. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it hanging. So now it'll just have to retract back to the bag unless you actually translate onto the EP. But the adjustable's still there unattached, so I just have to remember to pack that up. I see it. Exactly. Yep. Okay.
Christina, for the adapter plate, friendly reminder, we'll need inspections of the IEA and the adapter plate.
Okay. Reminder, and I can give you that the IEA pins are good, no FOD. No FOD, no bent pins on the connectors on the IEA, and good in my bands.
Copy checks on the IEA side.
Okay, Stephanie, so I'll egress now and join Christina?
Yes.
Okay, in work.
Again, Jessica Meir completing her work, installing that old battery onto the external pallet just shy of 4 hours into today's spacewalk. Koch now on the final steps of installing that adapter plate onto the station. Meir on her way to go aid her in those final steps.
With the blind made connectors oriented ISS outboard, place the adapter plate in soft dock.
And the EP will be staying where it is right now, right? So I can ingress aid and...
That's affirmed, Jessica.
Okay, copy. And yeah, Jessica, I'll also take your help getting this soft docked. I don't have reached to H2 from APFR, but I do have it aligned. So I think once you get here, we'll be in business. Okay, I copy. I'm on my way. Like you've arrived. Yep, I'm just to the side of you, so I'm going to be coming on your left. Want me to go to the H2 side? That would be great. Okay. Try to fair lead here. Call. Okay. I think you need to come to your left.
Okay, and there we go.
Yeah. And now I think you need to come straight down.
All right. And then you've got H2, you're putting pressure on H2. All right, or that, get down there.
Hold on. Come up again.
Okay.
Get to a better position.
Okay, yeah. That. And I'll lean back so that you have room.
Okay.
Okay, so I see a good alignment on my end, and I think H2 side's a little higher up than H1 right now. Let me see. And then I'll let you guide down, and I'll just kind of follow you on this side.
Okay, yeah, I'm just popping up here because I don't have
Wonder if DRT might be necessary.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put my DRT down.
I'll take control of it while you do that.
Okay, you got it.
I got it.
Okay.
All right, you got
Okay, I've got H2.
Okay, copy. I just barely have the heater mat. It's out of my reach now. So how's the AP? Right.
Maybe there.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, I pulled it out.
It worked. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe not. We had it and I pulled it up. One more time.
There. It's on. It's on the stop back, I can tell.
Nice job.
Thank you. All right, here's where I don't want to pull it back out with my rep, so I'm going to unlock my rep. It had locked itself, so I didn't have it locked. But.
Okay, copy. Looks good.
Copy, nice work. And Jessica, are you in a position to retrieve the PGT with the hex driver? Or would you be able to translate over and hand that to Christina?
I can't reach it where I am, but I can go get it for sure.
All right, and I can grab it from there. I'll just scoot it my way. Okay, got it. I have the piece.
Okay, let me move fast and a bit out of your way. Hey, Stephanie, I have the PGT.
Copy, and if Christina, if you're happy doing the adapter plate work at the IAA, we can send Jessica back to the EP to continue her work. Or would you like her to stay at the IAA for the adapter plate bolt driving?
I'll definitely have her stay. These bolts are pretty far out of my reach in the bar, so she will be a help. Okay, I will stay.
Copy that. With that, PGT settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. So we've got Alpha 7, clockwise 2 set. Okay, and I'm going to get a BIT down again because we're in a good position here to help copy because I may need you to figure this.
Confirm one line flush on H2.
Work. I'll put some pressure on the back. There we go. Okay, we got one line flush, and now we can apply back pressure if you can trigger. Okay? Or we can attempt the other way, but if you can trigger, I'm on back pressure now, or otherwise I'll relocate. I'll pop a back out, and then I'll be able to get that. You spin it around, I can easily trigger as well. All right, so you've got back pressure? Yeah. Hey, driving. See it driving. Okay. That was 11, still going.
Christina Koch driving that bolt, the first of two to secure the adapter plate to the station. This adapter plate adjacent to a lithium-ion battery that the duo installed recently on today's spacewalk.
If you can, I can pull it out, but yeah, I can stand by. I counted 18 turns, and I think it stopped, but since I was, I see a good green light, and I see 8.1 torque, and okay, you guys happy with that?
Copy, green light, 18.18 turns, 8.1 torque.
We do have a red fault light, but I think that was from when we stopped it. I don't think. Actually, and it does say low torque. We do have low torque. Oh, okay. So and it does have a green LED? Yeah. Huh. Okay. And we need to hit this again.
We concur. We'd like you to hit it again.
Copy. All right. I'll take that back pressure, Jessica. Here. Okay. How's it look now? Now we have a green light and 9.0 torque. That sounds fault is cleared. All right, I'm pulling it out.
Copy, green light, 9.0 torque. Was there any additional turn?
No, it just torqued out. It just.
Copy that.
The bolt, no additional turn.
Copy that and understand. Thank you. Same setting for H1, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, copy. And I'm looking. I see Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy.
Do it the same way on this one, Jessica. Okay, I'm going to have to relocate them.
On H1, confirm 2 lines visible, 1 line flush.
Okay, we've got 2 lines visible, 1 line. I'm going to get this.
Copy. Drive H1 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
Okay, copy. Excuse. On my way. All right, I see you there, and I had to go for turns, so I'm triggering.
First bolt complete. Now Christina Koch driving that second bolt, securing the adapter plate to the station.
That was 5.5, and I got a good feeling, so I'm going to pull it out just to take out and take a look. Okay, I have a green LED, 9.4 foot-pounds of torque, and it was 5.5 turns.
Copy, 5.5 turns, green light, 9.4 on the torque. You can tend the PGT back to the crew lock bag, and I believe your red's already unlocked, and you can release it.
Copy.
And Christina, you can egress as well.
Okay. I'll go ahead and egress so I can get it if you want to head back to the EP. Sure. Is that either way? And Stephanie, did you still want Jessica to head back?
Yes, we'd like Jessica to head back to the EP.
Thanks for the help, Goose. Gonna go without you. Okay, and I'm just gonna here for a second and adjust my TCP again.
20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
We're in another handover of those communications, both visual and audio, from the International Space Station. Transferring communications from one TDRS satellite to another. These are geosynchronous satellites that provide video and audio communication from the station. This break is expected to be a short one. In the meantime, you're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station flight control room. From the forward end of the camera to the back, it's TJ Creamer and Judd Freeling, flight directors. Judd Freeling being the lead flight director for this spacewalk. Capcom is Mark Van Hyde talking to the astronauts inside the station. The voice you're hearing to the two spacewalking astronauts now is Stephanie Wilson at the end there. Meir and Koch finishing the installation of that adapter plate to the station. They'll need to mate a cable to complete the installation. This adapter plate is adjacent to the lithium-ion battery that it needs to connect to. Now regaining some of that communications to witness the final parts of this work to install that adapter plate. The views you're getting from station will start to get a little bit dimmer as the International Space Station crosses over into an orbital nighttime. Now 261 statute miles over Lebanon.
I will take your hand with the RET since my waist feather's on the APFR. That'd be awesome. Okay. If you can't get to it, then I can. I don't think I can get to it right now with your head there. Okay. Yep. You can right away. Don't want to stretch it out. So is that better? Let me. I'll come even more outboard.
Sunset in 2 minutes.
I'll keep you down. Copy. Awesome. Thank you so much. Can I let it go? Yep, you can let it go. Just on back to me. Thank you.
sunset on the International Space Station. Station itself 261 statute miles over the southern border of Armenia.
Stephanie, I am at the APFR, so I believe I should head on to the EP.
That's affirmed. And you will retrieve the scoops from the battery that you just installed into slot Charlie.
Okay, and when you say retrieve the scoops, am I going to put them in the bag, or what am I going to do with them?
You will stow them on your mini workstation and eventually place them in the crew lock bag at the IEA.
Okay, and so am I also packing up the ORU bag? Yes, because if so, then I would rather do that first and then get the scoops at the end.
Copy that. And we were just discussing that and going to offer that plan to you.
Okay, that is in work.
For the bag cleanup, the hex driver from the PGT needs to be stowed on the pip pin right inside the small ORU bag, and you'll also retrieve the small trash bag from inside the ORU bag.
Okay, copy.
Meir over at the external pallet, working on some of the cleanup activities with the tool bag that she left there at the beginning of today's spacewalk.
3 TA clamps lifted, and I'm about to remove the connector from the dummy connector.
Copy 3 TA clamps removed, and you are working to demate the adapter plate dummy connector.
That's good read. Okay, and it is demated.
Copy, adapter plate cable is demated. Next is to ret to and remove the cap from the battery in slot 6.
Stephanie, I have the hex head off of the piece on the pit pin, good pull test.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I also did want to report, I did have a little bit, when I was just at the IEA, I did have a little bit of the eye irritation that I mentioned last time. It is gone now, but just wanted the team to be aware. Everything is fine right now.
And we copy, Jessica. Thanks for the report.
TCV adjustment seemed to do the trick.
And we copy. Glad that's working out. Also for the small ORU bag, in addition to the retrieval of the small trash bag, you will also relocate the round scoop that is inside the bag to the microconical on the outside of the bag.
Okay, copy.
Christina, check WVS.
Okay, we'll be back. I have removed the cap from the connector on battery in slot 6, and I can see no FOD, no bent pins, the pin side of that connector.
Copy the inspection. And you can clear also, when mating the cable, the gap spanner inboard and away from the work site. And when you're ready, mate the cable to the...
Is inboard?
Copy. Mate the cable to the battery, P4 to J4.
Okay, and I can confirm no FOD and good EMI band on 4.
Copy the inspection.
Stephanie, I have the small trash bag on my mini workstation in the bayonet, and I also did attach one end of my adjustable from my mini workstation onto the lid, as I used to do in my usual stick.
Jessica, so understand small trash bags on your mini workstation, and you moved an adjustable from yourself to the small ORU bag.
Negative. I have an adjustable on my mini workstation. It was just tethered both ends to my mini workstation. I moved one end from the mini workstation to the trash bag.
And we copy. Thank you for the clarification. 20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Do that, and Stephanie, P4 connected to J4. We'll now install the cap.
Copy and concur.
Another handover in those communications from station. Again, should be regaining it shortly. This is the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 teams here, leading our two spacewalking astronauts, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, through their procedures at the final steps of conducting the battery swaps on the Port 6 truss, finalizing the installation of that adapter plate and connecting it to the lithium-ion battery.
After the handover, Christina, we copy, you mated the cable and installed the cap on the battery. We did not copy lever over center due to the handover.
Okay, it was mated over center, and I'm now working on the cap.
Copy, made it over center. You're working on the cap, and after that you can close the 3 TA clamps.
Copy.
Christina Koch on the final steps, working with that adapter plate. In the meantime, this is a view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She's already on to some of the cleanup activities over at the tool bag that she left over at the external pallet, putting away all the tools that they used during the duration of today's spacewalk, including some of the handling aids, some of the torque wrenches, all being put into that tool bag.
Stephanie, the round scoop is now on the microconical on the outside of the ORU bag.
Copy, Jessica, and we'll take an inventory of the ORU bag.
In work. Okay, Stephanie, on the ORU bag, external, as just mentioned, I have a round scoop on the microconical. I have one large small adjustable and one small adjustable on the outside of the bag.
Copy, that's a good external config.
On the inside of the bag, I have a RET with a pit pin with the 9-inch hex on it. I have one extra adjustable. I have a RET series with the ratchet wrench with the 9-inch hex on it. I have a RET series, the PGT, and the PGT also has an adjustable on it.
Copy, checking. Jessica, there should also be a small RET that is now loose, but was originally attached to your trash bag.
Confirm, sorry, I missed that before, and I see it now. I see the small.
Copy, that's a good inventory of the small ORU bag.
For Jessica Meir, all of the equipment that was
Installed on the dummy connector on the adapter plate. I'm working on the TA clamps next.
Copy, Christina. Jessica, once the PGT is stowed in the ORU bag and the bag is all buttoned up, we'll have you retrieve the scoops from the battery you just installed in Charlie and stow those on your mini workstation.
All the tools in Jessica Meir's tool bag are accounted for. She's closing it up now. And there's a few more handling aids to attend to while at the external pallet. In the meantime, Christina Koch, making that final collection, just needs to close some clamps, very close to finalizing her work installing the adapter plate to the station.
Hey, Stephanie, so the scoops want me to get this ORU bag on my BRT first, or am I not taking it now?
Jessica, you will take the bag. You will eventually bundle the small ORU bag to the APFR that's very close to the EP.
Okay, copy.
And the scoops.
Stephanie, I have the 3 T. Go ahead.
And Jessica, the scoops will end up in the crew lock bag.
Copy. Stephanie, from me at the IEA, I have the 3 TA clamps closed.
Copy, nice work on the adapter plate connections, and we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
No change on my glove. Hap is dry, gauntlets are down.
Copy, checks EV2. Christina, next for you is a scoop of retrieval. There are 4 scoops on the IEA, 2 on battery 6, 1 on the DCSU, and 1 on the PFCS.
For Christina Koch, that completes her work installing the adapter plate. And that's the final procedure for installing the adapter plate and moving that battery. That task is now done.
I have the 2 scoops now.
They'll move on to cleanup procedures and get-ahead tasks. If time permits, now just a little bit over 4.5 hours into today's spacewalk. First, Christina Koch set to retrieve some handling aids as part of her cleanup activities. Then the teams here in Mission Control Houston will assess what is next for these 2 crew members.
going, Christina? Going pretty well. I am putting the scoops that I retrieved from Battery 6 into the crew lock bag. Okay, copy.
And Houston copies.
Okay, and I have the ORU bag now and the scoop. So I am ready to translate off of the AP back over to my APSR.
Copy, Jessica.
Okay, the scoops from Battery 6 are now attached to an adjustable ret from the crew lock bag, and I'll go for the other two now.
Copy, Christina.
And the one from the CSTS is a crew lock bag as well.
Copy, Christina.
And Stephanie, before I remove that scoop, that's the best handling aid for getting this crew lock bag off of the battery tether that it's on, or sorry, the tether point that it's on. I'm going to go ahead and take off the crew lock bag from the DCSU tether point.
We concur.
Okay, I have to report that my Acer HCM has deployed. That was not intentional. So, good eyes on it.
Copy. And this is EV2, correct?
That's affirmative.
Copy that.
It's gone out of my vision. I'll stand by to investigate. And I am back at the APSR, so I can get over there quickly. Okay.
Christina, can you tell us, is the HCM still in the tray or is it out of the tray?
It is out of the tray and it is connected by the cable.
Copy, out of the tray, connected by the cable.
All right, so I have my hands on it and can confirm that it is power off. No issue there.
Copy. We copy, power off. There's a caution, be careful not to accidentally bump the power switch and place a local tether down. Manual ISO valve handle, port and left. Take it closed in the up position.
Work. And I do have a local down.
Copy.
I am in process of bundling this bag right now. Do you want me to leave it just tethered and go over to Christina I'm assuming that would be the better plan than spending time here on this bag right now.
Jessica, we concur.
Okay. I do have one of the adjustables attached to the APFR boot plate with the ORU bag, and so I'll tidy that up when we come back.
And we copy the report. Christina, we'd like to double check on the action manual ISO valve handle closed and up.
That is not complete yet. I am in work on that.
Copy that.
Christina, I'm headed back to you.
Copy. I wait for you to just do that. It's supposed to be a night. Using my mirror to see that location is not as effective.
I concur. Sit tight. Where exactly are you? Are you on the aft side of the IEA?
Yep, on the radiator side. Yes, aft side. And I'm at the top of the outboard gas spinner. So basically, once you get to the top edge, we'll be here. And I'm going to go ahead and orient so that my manual isolation valve is facing inboard. So you'll, when you come up, and then we can from the hand controller.
Copy. I see you now. Okay, I can see her left handle. The man isolation valve is down.
And I think we would like it up.
That's affirmed. We would like you to take it up.
Copy. Okay, copy.
You're getting a live view from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir. She and Christina Koch, fellow crewmate, on the International Space Station now, working through some of the cleanup activities after successfully installing a new battery on the International Space Station with an associated adapter plate. And all of the old nickel hydrogen batteries have been moved to an external pallet for eventual disposal.
Switch around so she's on that side, so we can work on this together.
Gathering all of their tools, they're looking forward to the next set of procedures now close to 5 hours into today's spacewalk, 4 hours 49 minutes. Looking forward to plenty of time to conduct perhaps a few get-ahead tasks, standing by for some of the procedures for those.
Copy. Now we check the HCM config. Check the power switch is off, OFF.
It's off, OFF.
Check the mode switch is in rotational.
It is.
Check display blank. Christina, Jessica, we may have missed it. Christina, is the display blank?
plays link.
Copy that. We did miss it. Stand by, checking next steps. Christina, Jessica, when stowing the HCM, verify that the umbilical will not snag during deployment. And with Jessica's assistance, route and stow the HCM umbilical.
HCM, Jessica.
Okay. Stand by the. Can you keep your hand on it?
Yep, I've got
I'm going to need you to rotate because I won't be able to stow it unless I'm down in position next to it. I believe that I need to get the.
And I can get a BRT down if I'm stable.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my BRT down as well, but I've got a scoop in it right now. So
the scoop and adjustable, I can hand you an open hook for it.
Where is the scoop going? Or if we're right next to its location, maybe we could just get rid of it first.
Yeah, I think
it's going in the bag, right?
Yeah.
Scoops are going to the crew lock bag.
Copy, we got that.
Here's the hook for it.
Sunrise in a minute and a half.
Copy.
Here you go, Christina. Okay, I'll send this back to the bag. Okay.
Can I give you one more that will help me?
Absolutely. Let me grab another open hook.
It's off the other side on my mini workstation.
Jessica, when you have a moment, and if you might be in position, check Christina's WVS, and then once you're both in position, I'll have words on the cable routing.
Okay. And stand by, Stephanie, we're just going to stow this one other scoop so that it's not on my mini workstation.
Copy.
Meir and Koch working together to put their tools away into the crew lock bag, their tool bag, a little bit larger of a bag. In the meantime, the sun beginning to rise as the station and our two spacewalking astronauts enter into an orbital sunrise, 259 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean.
On hooks for the crew lock bag, the remaining one is on the GCSU.
Copy the scoop config. Thank you, Christina.
Okay, Christina, if you can come toward me and then present that area. Yep, exactly. Okay. Can you move station forward a bit? Okay, pause there, and can you come a little bit, well, actually, that's good for you. Good for right now.
Jessica, Christina, for the cable routing, when stowing the HCM, the umbilical can be routed counterclockwise around the HCM, umbilical around the HCM grip, umbilical folded in half and inserted through the loop, and then umbilical fed through the loop until taut to minimize slack near the umbilical connection to the HCM.
I think I do recall how to do that routing. I'm just trying to get in a position to get that done, and I will need you to get that actual the base for it closer to me. Okay. So you can translate station forward a little bit. Okay, pause there. that was a lot more difficult with gloves on. Yeah, it's not easy without the gloves.
And Jessica, we think winding the cable in the other direction would be helpful.
Yep, I'm just going to try to remind myself which orientation was in here.
And also inserting the hand controller module into the tray first and then routing the cable.
Yep, I'm going to try that now.
What you're looking at now from the helmet camera of Jessica Meir is one of the control panels used on the Safer unit. This unit on the bottom of the portable life support system, sort of the backpack of the extravehicular mobility unit of Christina Koch. Jessica Meir just reinserting it back into place and rerouting some of those cables. This is a device that if Christina Koch were to become untethered, she would use this control panel to manipulate the thrust of the Safer unit and get her safely back to the station.
It's seated well in the base, and the actual joystick portion of it that we actuate for direction should be on top toward Christina's head, correct?
That's affirmed.
Okay.
Jessica, now that you have the module in the tray, routing the umbilical counterclockwise around the grip and then folding it in half and inserting it through the loop.
That's in work. I've got it partially in there.
And Jessica, also pull it in half first and then pull it through the loop.
Yep, I did that, but I just noticed that one side is still on the other side here, so I'm going to have to take it back out.
Again, this is the control panel used, or that would be used in the event that the Safer unit, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, were to be needed during today's spacewalk. It was inadvertently deployed, so Jessica Meir is just putting it back into place, making sure the cables are routed in the correct orientation to allow it to go back into its stowed position.
Might help.
Copy?
Jessica, I know, easier said than done, but as much as you can fold the cable, and it might end up that it's 4 pieces folded together, that would then fit through the loop.
Yeah, I am trying to do that.
And I see that.
Also,
And Jessica, best effort for the routing, as you're able to route it such that the door closes, that would be fine.
okay, copy. I'm going to try to get at least one part through that loop, like I had it before. I think that might work. There it goes. This might work. Okay, Christina, I'm going to need you to move a little bit closer to me. Okay. There. I'm going to get the pin through now.
And that's right. We also, before the module is stowed, we'll need to check that the power switch is still in off, and you'll pull up on the handle to stow the tray.
Yep, I am familiar with that.
Copy.
And the power is still off.
Copy.
I wonder, actually, Christina, if you could help me. Because I'm trying to push it in and hold the door and pull the handle at once. Okay. If you can actually pull the handle up, your GoPro's in the way right now. If you get your swing arm out, yep. Come back. There, go up. Yep, keep coming back. There you get. There, you're on it. Now you can lift up. You know when to go. A little bit. Can you lift more? Still not going in. I'm not sure why. Lift a little bit more, I think.
Okay, lift it to a hard stop. I've dropped it. And there was kind of two different places where the pin has to fall through, right?
Okay, I see what happened.
Okay.
It was not seated all the way in the base plate. So it was impacting the top of the handle.
Okay.
Let's try that again now. That was a good.
Okay, I'm holding it up.
Okay. Now down. Go down. Okay, good. Now we're through the case. I just need to come back up a little bit in order to get the door.
Okay, I gotcha. I can pull it up again a little bit if you want.
Let's try that.
Okay. That's it right there.
Pull up. Now down.
Go down.
Again. Now down. There you go. We got it. Door's closed.
Wow.
Nicely done.
My hero. Wow.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie.
Wow.
Last step is the man ISO valve handle. Take it to the open, a down position on the port left side.
Okay. I'm gonna.
And with a little bit of teamwork, Meir and Koch got that control panel for the Safer back into a good stowed configuration, continuing the cleanup activities before the next steps.
Nice work.
Okay, nice job.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Again, all the battery work scheduled for today has been complete.
And Jessica, Christina, in this config, we would not count on Christina's Safer.
Copy. Okay, Stephanie, where does that leave us? So we have filled the 2 scoops that were on me. Those are in the Kulak bag now. And Christina is at the Kulak bag.
I'm going to work on that last scoop. My last marching order.
Christina, that sounds good. And also cycle your WVS, checking on steps for Jessica. Jessica, we'd like you to head back to the EP to continue work with the ORU bag and stowing the ingress aid on the EP APFR. I also need a glove check from you.
Losing communications from the space station. Just before that last call, again, Meir and Koch working through some of the cleanup activities. Successfully stowing that control panel for the Safer unit back into place. That Safer unit, one of the last lines of defense for tether configuration, just in case they were to become untethered. They got a lot of good tether configurations and safety steps to make sure that they will be safe and attached to the International Space Station and will resume their duties as such, making sure they're attached and all of their equipment is attached as well. Continuing through their normal procedures for cleanup now.
I'm sorry, stow to the APFR, stow the ingress aid on the APFR to the boot plate, and then check tethers clear. Then you can, once you're 5 foot clear, you can give the arm a go to the back off position.
Okay, copy, that's in work.
Those final calls, cleaning up the worksite over at the external pallet, just making sure all of their tools and equipment and foot restraints are cleared from that structure. And they'll give the go for the robotic arm to back away the external pallet from the structure. The Canadarm2 currently holding the external pallet close to the worksite, where Meir and Koch have been swapping the batteries throughout the duration of today's spacewalk.
Stephanie, I have the last scoop on the crew lock bag.
Copy, Christina. That is the scoop from the DCSU now stowed to the crew lock bag. So you have 6 scoops in the crew lock bag.
Both around, that's correct.
Christina, next for you is to deconfigure the PGT, stowing the hex driver onto the socket caddy and stowing the socket caddy in the crew lock bag. The PGT with the red series and the adjustable will be stowed on your swing arm.
Copy.
Again, Meir and Koch continuing to work through the procedures for cleaning up the work they have done, successfully installing the last lithium-ion battery onto the Port 6 structure on the far end of the International Space Station. Now just in the process of gathering all of their tools, making sure they have all of the pieces of equipment that they have left at various locations around the work site, including the external pallet. This includes the space drill that they've been using. This includes some of the handling aids called scoops. And they're just checking the boxes to make sure they have all of the equipment that they brought out with them. They'll tether these different tool bags and tools to themselves, all before making their way back to the airlock. Now 5 hours, 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station over the South Pacific Ocean, approaching the southern coast of Chile.
And Stephanie, if you agree, I'm going to move the GoPro that had been on my swing arm into the crew lock bag.
Christina, that's fine. And Christina, friendly reminder, as you're working with the bag, you will also retrieve the small trash bag for the gap spanner cleanup.
Do that.
Another important piece of equipment for conducting a spacewalk, a gap spanner. Really just a line to connect 2 points on the outside of the International Space Station, making it easier to translate or move between those 2 points that may or may not have all of the right handrails to make the trip from A to B the most efficient.
Copy. The last checks for arm motion are to check tethers clear, and then when you're 5 feet of the EP, give the arm operator a go to the back off position.
Okay, in the big picture, am I going to go back there to get a gap spanner, or am I going to get both of them? Just wondering what's next.
Jessica, that's affirmed. You'll go back to the IAA, retrieve the gap spanners, assist with cleanup there, and then come back to the this APFR ORU bag bundle and pick it up on your way in.
Okay, well, in that case, before I give the go for the I will just move outboard and I'll clear myself that way.
Copy, and when convenient, we need the glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, copy. That's in work now.
Stephanie, my gloves have no change. My gauntlets are down, and my hat is dry for EV1.
Copy. Good checks for EV1, PET 5 hours, 18 minutes. Limiting consumable remains MEDOX for EV2, 7 hours, 35 minutes.
Then I checked the stood on the socket caddy, good full test. And the GoPro is also in the Kulak bag.
Copy, Christina.
And on the ratchet. I'm working on the PG.
Copy.
Stephanie, I'm currently on the inboard side. Am I getting the inboard gap spanner?
That's affirmative if you're getting the inboard gap spanner chain, and also verify the PVR pin is in place once you're at the IEA.
Okay, copy. I'm right over top of that, and I can tell you it is in place.
Excellent, Christina. Thank you.
If it's all right with you, I'd like to take the adjustable from the PGC and just put it on my mini workstation instead of wrapping it around the PGC again.
And we concur.
Copy. I'm just up here to your left. Okay, I see you. Okay, Stephanie, the PGT is installed on my swing arm. It's out the socket, and the adjustable has been removed.
Copy PGT with the RET series stowed on your swing arm. The adjustable is on your mini workstation.
Good read. And is my next retrieve the trash bag?
Yes, next retrieve is the small trash bag.
So the gap spanners are on the stanchions. So if Stephanie, your plan is to release this aft radiator side end of the gap spanner, and then I'm going to translate around to the other side and stuff it in from over there.
And we like that plan.
Okay.
And Jessica, just double checking, you feel there's good clearance for the arm to maneuver to the back off position?
Confirm. Good clearance for the arm.
Copy, thank you.
Stephanie, for me, Christina, I have the small ORU bag on my bar.
Copy, you have the small trash bag on your mini workstation.
Okay, yes, small trash bag. Affirmative. And I'm in a good position to do the inventory if you'd like.
Copy, Christina. We are ready for the inventory of the crew lock bag.
And I'll start with external.
externally, I have one large, small adjustable.
Copy checking. And that's a good external config. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll start with the integral ret. On one integral ret, I have a round scoop. Another integral ret, I have a socket caddy with a 9-inch hex. Another integral ret, I have the cap that we removed for the semi-connector. And next I'll start with the rets on D-ring. One. It's a ret series, an adjustable. It goes to next is the ret series. It goes to a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel and a 6-inch wobble. Next, I have another ret series to an adjustable. This. Next, a long duration tie-down tether. GoPro on an L bracket with its own internal ret. And another ret series. This. Going to an adjustable. One. And I believe that completes the inventory.
Copy checking. Christina, thank you. That's a good inventory of the crew lock bag.
And as I stuff everything in, question for you, will we be retrieving our rounds?
Checking. And Christina, to answer your question, it is not necessary for you to retrieve a round scoop from the crew lock bag. At this time, we are thinking of having Jessica perform the CP9 activity, and we'd have you continue with the cleanup of the IAA and then head towards the airlock.
And Stephanie, I have the inboard gap spanner stuffed basically 99% of the way into my trash. So I do not have a ret on it, but because almost all of it is in the trash bag, do I have to go to release and then stuff the remaining part in?
Jessica, you have a go. Christina, for you, once you're able to pack the crew lock bag back together, you'll retrieve it and bundle it to the APFR that's there at the IEA.
from the helmet camera of Christina Koch, going through that last check, making sure all the tools in this particular bag, the crew lock bag, are accounted for. We have a good check on that inventory. They're almost done cleaning up their work site. They're going to try to squeeze one get-ahead task in there now that we are 5 hours and 28 minutes into today's spacewalk. There's a filter on one of the cameras that's a little bit blurry. They're going to change out that filter. That'll just be Jessica, though. Christina Koch herself will make her way back to the airlock to wrap up today's spacewalk. Still a few get-ahead or cleanup activities to do over at the work site first. Again, they're at the Port 6 truss. This is the very far end of the International Space Station. A few more things to clean up before they try to squeeze in that one get-ahead task before ending today's spacewalk.
We'd like to offer or ask if it would be helpful for the outboard gap spanner chain if before Jessica heads back to the EP, she releases the nadir side. Then Jessica, you could do that on the outboard gap spanner, then head back to the EP APFR to retrieve your APFR ORU bag bundle.
And Christina, I can head outboard and remove this end for you if you want.
Sure, if you're in a good position. I have the crew lock bag packed, and since she's releasing that now, I think if you agree before I bundle that with the APFR, I'll go ahead and gather that up in my trash, the gap spinner in my trash bag.
We like that plan.
And Jessica, I'm ready to reel it in when it's free.
Yeah, this one's on the stanchion as well, so it's just a little bit difficult to release. I'm working on it now.
Copy.
From the camera view of Jessica Meir working on that gap spanner retrieval. This is one of those tools that they need to move as part of their cleanup activities. The gap spanner itself, just a strap connecting 2 points across the work site, containing all the batteries that these two spacewalking astronauts have been working on for today's spacewalk and the spacewalk last Wednesday. A gap spanner just being an aid to move just a little bit easier across those batteries.
Jessica, I'm happy to just take it from here if you want. I know that's a pain.
Yeah, it's just this one's opposite orientation than the other one.
Okay.
The other one I got actually more easily than I thought it would be, but trying a different orientation here, and this might work.
Okay. The reason
Jessica, a technique that might be helpful if there's additional slack in the gap spanner is to use the fabric of the gap spanner to fold the gate back. And nice work.
That only works if the gap spanner is on the gap spanner itself. This is actually on the stanchion, so you can't use that trick. It didn't quite reach, but it is released now.
Copy, nice work.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Jessica, big picture for you after you retrieve the EP-APFR with the ORU bag bundle and stow it on your BRT. You'll retrieve your green hook, and then we'll have you work the CP9 task.
Okay, copy. And can you remind me, is CP9 in the zenith or the nadir?
CP9 is the nadir side.
Meir working on grabbing one of those foot restraints. She'll have to attach it to her body restraint tether, one of the tools needed to gather before re-entering the airlock. But before she does, she's going to make a quick pit stop at one of the cameras on the outside of the space station. It's got a foggy lens filter, so they're just going to remove that filter.
Okay, Stephanie, so I am going to bring this PFR over to the port CETA cart for my first action, correct?
That's affirmed.
Stephanie, the outboard gap spanner is retrieved and in my small trash bag.
Copy that. Nice work. Then, as you mentioned, bundling the crew lock bag to the APFR is next.
Again, Jessica Meir and Christina Koch going to split up for a bit as they start to wrap up today's spacewalk. Meir grabbing one of the foot restraints to move it to a new location at a crew and equipment translation aid. Koch, in the meantime, gathering some of those final components, those final tools, before making her way back to the airlock. Meir will be able to stop by a camera. This is a high-definition external camera on the outside of the space station. It has a bit of a foggy lens, so as one of the get-ahead tasks for today, Meir will just remove that filter and put it in her small trash bag that she still has in tow with her now.
Christina, cycle WVS when able.
And she'll make her way to the airlock after that. WVS is the wireless video system. For Christina Koch, just regaining the communication from that helmet camera assembly.
Okay, where are you in the get-ahead? I am not in the get-ahead yet. I'm still working on this APFR. Ah, okay. Got it. And I'm rotating the collar, and I cannot get any of the pedals to move at all.
And Jessica, we copy, and we realize sometimes those APFRs get sticky in the width. When rotating the collar, then perhaps placing a hand-on structure to have something to react against, and then being able to depress the pedals. And Jessica, are you saying when you rotate the collar, you're not able to get it rotated far enough to allow the pedals to depress?
It seems like that right now. I mean, when I rotate it, it's definitely not black on black. There are no white lines on this one. There is a yellow line. A yellow, maybe that was a white line. But I don't know that it's going far enough over because, I can't even, the pedals are not even budging. Are you going the long way?
Copy.
Like in the direction of those arrows, those little triangle arrows? Yeah, I'm going in the direction of the arrows. Okay, cool. And it is moved, so I can see a different, when it's blocked, I can see a clear black on black. Mm-hmm. When it's rotated over, it's the edge of the blacks is now like touching, so it's exactly not on it. It's one black width displaced over.
Copy.
I believe the white needs to go up. My recollection was the white would have been where it looks kind of yellow now, and it's definitely not rotating that far.
recollection is what I also believe from having done it on this one.
It needs to keep going?
Yeah, it sounds like it's not going far enough off in the direction of those triangles.
Yeah. It moves very easily one width over. That makes sense, Stephanie? So one width of one black line, it moves very easily over. So I thought that maybe we were there, but there's absolutely no play at all in the in that position.
Stephanie, while you guys think on that, just because I'm ready for next steps, I want to report I have the crew outside bundled on the APFR, and then I go to pull up my fair lead.
Yes, sure. Go to pick up your fair lead and stow the adjustable on your mini workstation.
Copy.
So I guess what would be useful information, Stephanie, is if we are confident that it's not rotated all the way over, given that config. So does that make sense what I said, one width over? So if I put it back, I don't know if you can see out of my WVS right now. Do you have a view of it?
Jessica, we do have the APFR in view, but it's not. The view is not close enough for us to make a call.
I see. Okay. So if I twist it out of black on black, it moves exactly one width of the black marking. So now the edge on the part I'm rotating is basically flush with the outside edge of the black mark that it was before black on black.
I agree with you, Jessica. I don't think it's rotating far enough, and I think my next step is to pull up my APFR, so if I can get up to do that, I can give you exact words about how far it rotates.
Okay, copy. That would be great.
Me? Is that indeed my next step? Stephanie, EV2?
EV, Christina.
Okay, copy.
And Christina, I copy you. Stand by, please. Jessica, we'd like you to check side loading. See if you can, if a different body position would give you additional rotation on the collar.
Okay, copy. I'll keep working on that. I have been trying a couple different body positions to rotate it. So far, no joy, but I will got it.
Christina, go ahead.
Jessica and I were talking about the possibility of if my next step is to remove my APFR, when I do so, I can give her words on the exact rotation that can be expected.
Copy. That's a good plan.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I tried another body position. I know based on the recent video that I watched, a lot of times out here, putting one hand on structure might actually induce more side load. So I've been trying the technique of actually using both hands on the APFR. Into microgravity, I shouldn't really be loading it. That is still not budging any further.
Copy.
And Jessica, I can verify that the unlock position is when the black mark on the bottom collar is lined up with the yellow mark on the top. So it does sound like yours is not.
Okay, so it's not even close to rotated over there.
That's what it sounds like.
And Jessica, we concur. We would expect additional rotation on the collar.
Okay, I'll keep at it. Oh, it's gone further. Awesome. I think I got it. All right. Wow.
Okay, for AV2, I have my APFR and crew life bundle on my BOT.
Copy, Christina. Next, retrieve your green hook from 5388.
And I'll wait on Goose for that.
And
I've got it out of the S now. Okay.
Nice job, Jessica.
As the sun begins to set on the International Space Station, flying 262 statute miles right over the southern border of Albania, both spacewalking astronauts have removed their portable foot restraints that they've been working on. With a little bit of finagling, the notoriously sticky piece of equipment removed from the station. They'll attach it to themselves to move to their respective locations.
Copy that. Thanks for the check and the survey of the IEA. Nice work on the cleanup.
Once again, handing over those communications from the TDRS satellites, putting the finishing touches on the cleanup activities after successfully moving the new lithium-ion battery to the station, outfitting with adapter plates and moving some of the old batteries around. Now the external pallet is loaded with 8 old batteries ready for disposal. There's still 4 of the old batteries on the Port 6 truss. This is per the plan. And we'll start seeing some of the next steps potentially to head back to the Quest airlock. This is the team that's been guiding our 2 spacewalking astronauts through their procedures today, as well as maintaining the rest of the International Space Station. At the forward end, that's TJ Creamer, flight director. Judd Freeling, the lead flight director for today's spacewalk. Mark Vandehei, Capcom, talking with the astronauts inside the station. And the voice you've been hearing from here in Mission Control Houston, Stephanie Wilson. And the purple coat just standing just behind Mark Vandehei. Now regaining some of that communication back from the International Space Station. Now in an orbital nighttime.
Jessica, I see you translating inboard. Firm. And I'll go ahead and follow you. Stephanie, we're both heading to our green hooks now.
Copy.
Koch and Meir following their tethers back to some of the reels that they've placed on their way over out to the work site. The hooks they're referring to are the tethers that are keeping them attached to the station.
Jessica?
And Stephanie, I've got my green hook on my red reel, and it is remaining unlocked.
Copy, Jessica. Translate to the port CETA cart. Your APFR will be stowed there in width 2 on the lower left.
Copy. The spare leading that we did worked really well. Awesome. Each other stayed on that handrail. That's perfect. Stephanie, I am at my green hook and we're game number distributed.
Copy, Christina.
My green hook is on my red reel and it's not lost.
Copy, Christina. Next for use, translate to the WIF-X in the airlock with 11 to stow your APFR.
Copy. Copy.
Meir and Koch again heading to their respective work sites to stow the portable foot restraint. Meir arriving at the crew and equipment translation aid. Helps to move particularly significantly larger cargo from one end of the truss to the other. This is the home of the foot restraint that Meir has in tow.
But when you're able, cycle WVS, APFR stowed at a clocking of 6 and WIF 2 on the lower left.
Okay, copy. I am just getting there now. And the WVS has been cycled. I can move further zenith if you're going to go past me.
Depending on where you're at, sure.
I am on
in terms of your tasking, and I do see where you are physically.
Okay. I can definitely pause here if you want to go by. Not either way.
And Stephanie, is that sound like?
Checking. Jessica, Christina. Yes, we would like Jessica to, we would like Christina to lead at this time.
Copy. Okay, Jessica, I am passing on the port cedar right now.
I see you.
And I am going to fairlead your safety tether around the cedar cart handrail to keep it in here as I go by.
Okay, copy.
So it'll be, release it from the outboard stanchion of that handle. You head over.
Copy. And Stephanie, I was in soft dock and was still rotating around to a clocking of 6. I currently do have black and black on a clocking of 5. Will that setting work, or do you want me to go back to soft dock and get it to 6?
Jessica, clocking of 5 is fine. The rest of the settings, Romeo, Romeo, Foxtrot 6.
Romeo, Romeo, Fox 6. Copy. And I do have black on black, and I have a good full twist test in this with.
Copy. 20 seconds to a 20-second handover, and we'll also take the pitch knob check on the other side.
Meir continuing to install that foot restraint onto its temporary home on the outside of the station just before they complete today's spacewalk. Space station still in an orbital nighttime, 261 statute miles over the west border of Mongolia. That bright light was coming from station on the outside. Now a handover of those TDRS satellites back in the room here in Mission Control Houston. This is a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where teams here have been guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through their procedures today. In the final stretch here at the end of their cleanup activities, which include stowing that portable foot restraint in various locations. Meir putting her foot restraint over in a place called the CETA cart. This is a crew and equipment translation aid. It's on the truss segment and is able to move large equipment and even the crew across the truss, but just a temporary stowage place for now. Regaining some of that audio communication from station. Cook still has the foot restraint that she's carrying in tow. She's going to be stowing it in a worksite interface that's close to the airlock. This cleanup work comes after a day of completing the battery upgrade work that's been done on the Port 6 truss over the past 2 spacewalks on the 4B channel. This is the channel of batteries that's on the nadir side, or the Earth-facing side, on the Port 6 truss on the very far end of the station. That work being complete, the Port 6 truss, both the 4B and the 2B channels on the nadir, the Earth-facing, and the zenith, the space-facing side, outfitted with 6 new lithium-ion batteries, 3 of which on the 4B channel that they've been working on these past 2 spacewalks. That work being complete, now just going through some of the cleanup activities before heading back to the Quest airlock to wrap up today's procedures. 6 hours, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And I am at the CETA spur.
Copy, Christina. And Jessica, please cycle WVS.
In work. Stephanie, I am at the airlock, and a question for you is, would you like me to go ahead and hook up? So Jessica has the option to work on tethers while I'm doing the APFR, or go ahead and the APFR and the WIF extender.
Christina, we like your offer to hook up waist tether, the waist tether, in the airlock.
Thermal cover is coming open.
Copy, thermal cover open.
This APFR is just being very troublesome today. I'm having some trouble with the touch knob now. I did get it unlocked, and it's just trying to rotate it back to lock.
Copy, Jessica.
Okay, Stephanie, I am at the airlock, and I can confirm that my right waist tether is large hook to large hook on the airlock waist tether, gates are both closed, sliders are both locked.
Copy, Christina. That's a good config.
Copy. And Christina, any gouge on this pitch knob? I know you had to use this APFR before. I just remember it was difficult to turn, but that it would eventually go. But it has been out, for a while since I last actuated that pitch knob. You can tell if it's pushed in by whether or not that fastener in the center of the knob is recessed. So it's already unlocked. Just can't get it locked again. Right now, the center fastener is flush. It's pushed in, and even when you go all the way back over, it won't get there. I just can't move it at all right now. And right when that center fastener is flush, I should be able to rotate it. Correct? Affirmative. Yep. And I remember Drew and I talking about having to put 2 hands on it. There it goes a little bit. Okay, it's starting to move. Stephanie, I'm ready for APFR setting here at WIF-X.
For the WIF-X and airlock WIF 11, it's a clocking of 3, Quebec, Foxtrot 3. Okay, I have it in the WIF-X, hit pull and twist test, black on black. And the clocking is 3, meaning the 9 is on the double line that I can see. The line that faces, the double line which faces towards the handle of the WIF extender. Copy all, Christina. That's a good config.
I've rotated the knob to lock almost all the way, but it's still not all the way. I'll keep working on it. It's in that config right now, Stephanie, that it is just shy, like 1 black mark width away from the lock, so it's not popped out yet. It's definitely not moving, not going anywhere, like James Montalvo so eloquently described. I'm not able to get it all the way into lock yet.
And we copy the APFR gremlins are plentiful today, and it might be that having the pitch at such an extreme with the plates, foot plate kind of off to the side might be impeding the actuation of the pitch knob. So you might be able to put it more in line so you can actuate the pitch knob, Or another suggestion was to try a different body position.
I have tried several different body positions. I'm not sure what you mean by the boot plate being extreme because it's not close to structure. It's at Romeo.
Right, and so the pitch on that end being extreme on the either end versus towards the center of the pitch settings.
I see. I'm hesitant to try to move it back to unlock now because that was also very difficult. Almost all the way unlocked now. And Stephanie, for the APFR and the WIFX, I have it as cocking is 3, Quebec, Fox 3, and this pitch knob is popped out. Being cooperative, and I wish that everyone went through.
We understand and we agree. The good settings for Christina for your APFR. Thanks for the report on the pitch knob. You can work to retrieve the crew lock bag and stow it on the large, small airlock ret. And for Jessica, as you're moving the pitch knob, perhaps wiggling the boot plate might alleviate some of the load in the pitch knob.
Copy.
From this view, you can see Christina Koch just outside of the Quest airlock hatch, completing her duties, all of the tools that she used for the battery swap today in tow. Jessica Meir over at the truss segment, still trying to wiggle that portable foot restraint into a secure place where it will remain.
Stephanie, I may not have reported this, but I do have the ingress aids sewed and folded onto the boot plate.
Copy, Christina. Thanks for the report.
And Stephanie, it is all the way. So black is lined up with black now, as it should be for lock. And the button now, as the knob has still not popped out. It should when it's locked. I'll try a few more of those shakes.
Copy, Jessica.
Okay, the crew lock bag is on the large small, and it's heading into the airlock.
Copy, Christina. With that, you can ingress the airlock.
Okay, Stephanie, and now it has popped out. Nice. A little bit, though. It does not seem to be popping out as normal. There is a little bit of play in it now that there wasn't before. So I think that we are good here, but the next person that comes here, it may not be popped out all the way, so you might not have to push it in as far.
And we copy. Jessica, thanks for working so hard on this APFR. You can retrieve the ORU bag. And in what final settings did the APFR end up?
I was gonna ask you for roll and yaw. Right now, I have it at Romeo, so 5 Romeo, and we're still at Golf 3. No, actually, we're at Golf 3. Does actually look like it's in a nice position right now, but.
Copy 5 Romeo, Golf 3. we like it. At this time, with retrieving your ORU bag and stowing it on your BRT, we'll have you now translate towards the airlock. We'll no longer have you do the CP9 task, and as you're heading in, we'll have you check the brakes on the CETA carts.
Okay, copy.
Jessica Meir finished installing that stubborn foot restraint onto the truss structure of the International Space Station. Just gonna take the tool bag from off of it and make her way over to the airlock. Inside of the airlock, Christina Koch completed her task and is waiting for her fellow spacewalking crewmate, Jessica Meir, to return back to the Quest airlock. That'll be the final steps for today's spacewalk, now clocking in at 6 hours, 21 minutes. Of course, Jessica Meir still needing to make her way over to the airlock. Afterwards, they'll close the hatch and start the sequence to repressurize the crew lock. Once repressurization is initiated, that'll stop the timer on today's spacewalk.
Jessica, check WVS, and in particular, check the green LED.
Okay, copy. Stand by. I do have a green LED.
Copy.
Cycle it anyway?
Yes, we'll take a power cycle.
Copy. Okay, that has been power cycled.
Copy.
any news on the last chain of batteries?
Jessica, Christina, yes, on the last battery pair, battery and adapter plates, good power, good connectivity.
Great news. And I did 2 taps on the port Theta cart brake.
And just double checking that was the inboard brake release.
Confirm it was the inboard brake release.
Copy that on the port Theta cart, and we're looking for the same on the starboard Theta cart, the inboard brake release. Press it 2 times.
Sun beginning to rise on the outside of the International Space Station, flying 259 statute miles, just northeast off the coast of Australia. Jessica Meir making her way down to the airlock after successfully installing a portable foot restraint on the truss structure of the station. Christina Koch already inside the airlock waiting for her fellow crewmate.
And Stephanie, I am at our anchor hook location.
Copy. Christina had earlier reported that she was in a good config, waist tether the waist tether. If you'd like, you can reconfirm that from her. And on her go, you can remove EV2 anchor hook from the handrail 3651 and attach it to your red reel.
And you have her go? Okay, copy. It'll work.
Six hours, 28 minutes coming up on 29 into today's spacewalk, being conducted today on Martin Luther King Day, finishing the work to upgrade the batteries on the Port 6 structure. 6 brand new lithium-ion batteries now on the outside structure there, completing the work on 2 power channels, 4B and 2B on that Port 6 truss segment. You're looking at Jessica Meir making her way down to the Quest airlock to complete today's spacewalk. As she makes her way down, you can see the Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle, the NG-12 vehicle attached to the Unity module of the International Space Station. Just in a few short weeks, the NG-13 is scheduled to arrive aboard the station. And today, Martin Luther King Day, Northrop Grumman named the NG-13 Cygnus cargo craft after the late Major Robert Lawrence. Robert Lawrence was the first African-American astronaut selected by any program and was specifically chosen for the Air Force's Manned Orbital Laboratory Program, one of their early space station programs back in June of '67. But Lawrence passed away in an accident on an F-104 Starfighter aircraft at Edwards Air Force Base in California 6 months after being selected at the age of 32. On Martin Luther King Day, this day, January 20th, 2020, the NG-13 spacecraft being named after Major Robert Lawrence, again scheduled for launch in just a few short weeks in early February. In the meantime, as we look at the NG-12 vehicle, Northrop Grumman's Cygnus cargo craft on the NG-12 mission attached to the Unity module, still getting good glimpses of Jessica Meir making her way back to the Quest airlock to complete today's spacewalk on Martin Luther King Day.
Christina, please give us a glove and half check.
Just change on the glove. Top is dry. I have one small cut in an RTV only. And so that's the delta. That's on my left index finger. Nothing else changed on the glove. Dry hat.
Copy the report, EV2. Thank you.
Jessica was partially egressing so that I can help you with the small ORU bag. Hey, copy. Is that all right with you guys? Yeah.
We like that plan.
Christina, I'm coming down the Petersburg. All right. I have a airlock ready for your bag.
Meir completing her journey across the enormous truss structure of the International Space Station, now making her way down to the Quest airlock to meet Christina Koch, who's inside currently, standing by, waiting for her fellow crewmate to ingress, completing today's spacewalk. We're now 6 hours, 35 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just below, you can see the South Pacific Ocean, the International Space Station flying 264 statute miles just north off the coast of New Zealand.
Okay, that's free.
And I am back.
All right, welcome back. I see ya. And I'm ready for your bag when you are.
Okay, stand by. Christina, the bag is off my BRT.
Okay, I see that. Got it?
Okay.
What I'm going to do is read it, and then I'll send your BRT right back down to you.
Okay, copy.
And when you're ready,
I'm ready.
all right, it's coming to you.
Okay, I got it.
All right, and your bag's in. And I'll complete my ingress now.
Hey, and Christina, since I'm in this position, I think I'm just going to come in heads first like we talked about.
Okay, copy.
Juice. Yep. I've got an end effector on the thermal cover.
Copy.
Christina, I'm coming up now.
Okay, I see
So
that.
if you can move your feet a little bit more.
Okay, yep, I'll come all the way forward and forward. And the bags are also all the way forward.
Perfect.
Looking good. Feet are almost at the rim. There you go. Lift them up over the UIA and you're in.
There we go.
That helps.
Okay, Stephanie, I am in and the thermal cover is closed. I'll get the Velcro.
Copy. Thermal cover is closed. Velcro and work.
Both Meir and Koch inside the Quest airlock, closing that thermal hatch and the hatch underneath. These are the final steps of today's spacewalk. 6 hours, 40 minutes in. They'll go through their procedures to close the hatch and start to begin the repressurization process.
Velcro is in place on the thermal cover. Remove the SCUs from their stowage pouches. Remove your DCM cover and connect your SCUs to the DCM.
Okay, in work.
Copy.
And EV1, my SCU is locked. EV2, SCU locked.
Copy. Nice work with the SCUs. Friendly reminder that vehicle cooling is warmer than sublimator cooling, and you may wish to adjust your TCV settings to a cooler setting between 8 and max cold if desired.
Thanks for the reminder.
And with that, take your water switches to off, OFF in the forward position. Expect water is off message.
EV1, water is off. EV2, water is off.
Copy. That starts the 2-minute timer before hatch closure. Meanwhile, Jessica, verify outer hatch is clear of hardware.
Copy. And work.
Some of the final steps of spacewalking is to hook up their suits to the International Space Station via umbilical. Throughout the duration of a spacewalk, they're on portable life support and battery power, now connecting themselves to the station and operating off of the systems there. Now, both of those spacewalking astronauts are on the other side of this hatch, which is fully depressurized. It'll be Andrew Morgan on the inside of the space station in the equipment lock. He's standing by, ready to guide them through those procedures of repressurization. Still Stephanie Wilson here in Mission Control Houston, guiding the 2 spacewalking astronauts through those final steps.
And it is currently in the unlocked and unlatched position.
Copy. And we're continuing to wait until the 2-minute timer expires. Jessica, the 2-minute timer has expired. You have a go to close and lock the hatch.
Okay, copy. That's in work.
Again, Stephanie Wilson, the ground IV, who has been guiding our 2 spacewalking astronauts through their procedures today, finalizing the steps before repressurization goes underway. It'll be Morgan and Luca Parmitano here on the equipment side, the equipment lock side of the airlock. There'll be the suit IVs for the procedures to repressurize our 2 spacewalking astronauts and get them back in the hatch. It's not too long until they are out the hatch themselves next Saturday. The 2 of them, Morgan and Parmitano, will finish the work to complete the repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. That'll be the 4th in a series of 3. Those 3 conducted last year. AMS has been sitting in a dormant state since that 3rd spacewalk. The 4th will be to complete that repair work. And that 4th AMS spacewalk will be the 7th in Morgan's career and the 6th in Parmitano's.
I think there's something. There is a bag, but actually there may be an SCU that's holding you up a little bit. So, stand by. Okay, is that a little clearer for you? Perfect. Thank you. Yep. I still need to get back more. Okay. Is there something blocking you, or do you want me to pull your legs back? No, something is preventing me. I'm pushing myself back, but I'm not going. Okay. Can you see what's behind me? Oh yeah, it's a waist tether, I believe. This waist tether? Check your SCU pouch on your BRT. That might have been it. There you go. Okay, try again. I'm all the way port and forward. I think it's your plus, actually. There we go. I've rotated and now we're good. But it did get bumped back to the hatch key. Where you're at. Okay. Stand by. To your foot. It's down. Now I'm going to need to come back further. So okay, you can rotate with your plus forward. Okay. I rotate my plus to the outer. Okay, and I'm going to get positioned there. Okay. Rotate it more. Okay. Okay, the hatch is latched and locked.
Copy, hatch is closed and locked. Nice work. We're transitioning to the pre-repress cue card.
Hey, Stephanie. Thank you.
On your DCMs, check SCU connected to DCM.
EV1, SCU is connected. V2 connected.
Check water switches and off.
EV1, water is off. EV2, water is off.
Jessica, on the crew lock, check EV hatch closed and locked.
The hatch is closed and locked.
Christina, on the UIA, check oxygen EM1 and 2 valves are open.
Oxygen EME 1 and 2 are open.
Christina, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Power EV1 and 2 are on. I have 2 LEDs on, and I have 18.6 volts on both EV1 and EV2.
Copy, 2 LEDs on, 18.6 volts on EV1 and EV2. On your DCMs, take your power switches to SCU, expect a warning tone.
EV1 is an SCU. EV2, SCU.
Copy that, and with that, Jessica and Christina, you are my heroes. With your diligent work, you have restored the 4B channel to full strength. We thank you for your work, and it has been a pleasure to work with you on behalf of the 2B team. 10 seconds to handover.
Copy. Thank you very much, Stephanie, and we'll...
Short handover and a communication. We'll be back momentarily to go through the repressurization sequence. Stephanie Wilson, the ground IV, the voice that you've been hearing from here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew, guiding them through the day's procedures. The clock's still ticking on the program elapsed time.
With you after the handover, and I'm going to start over my thanks because I wanted to ask a rhetorical question, which I messed up, so I have to set it up again. So yes, you are my heroes and the heroes of the entire team here. With your diligent work, you have restored the 4B channel to full strength. We thank you for your work. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I have one rhetorical question. Who is your favorite team? The 2B team or the not 2B team?
Well, as Shakespeare said, to be or not to be, that is the question. So with that, we would like to thank you very much, Stephanie, and our heartfelt thanks go to everybody down there on the NASA team for their efforts in making today's spacewalk and this entire space station battery upgrade series successful. Huge thanks to Luca and Drew as well for getting us out and back in safely. This has really been an amazing experience being part of this Expedition 61 EVA team. Today is also Martin Luther King Day, a personal hero to both me and Christina. I'll borrow his wise words for this moment. We may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. And one has a spectacular view that we had today, looking down on our one common home, planet Earth. These words resonate loudly.
Thank you, Jessica. And to add to that, you know, you and I, we often say how much we owe to those that paved the way. And that doesn't just mean in spaceflight. It also means those who work for civil rights and inclusion and who know that how important it is to go for all and by all. And that's why it's so meaningful for us today to be out here on the day we honor Martin Luther King Jr., who paved the way not only for us, but for so many that have a dream.
Jessica and Christina, those are wonderful words, very heartfelt, and there are smiles here, and we all echo your sentiments. So again, thank you very much, and with that, I'll hand you back over to Drew.
Thank you, Stephanie, and hello, Drew.
Anna, Goose, tremendous job, mission accomplished. Let's get you repressed out of those suits. We've got dinner waiting. With that, if you would, take your O2 actuator to press.
And work. EV1, O2 press. EV2 is in press.
Copy. Both of your O2 actuators are in press. Goose, if you check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Stand by, Drew. I think I'm actually not in press.
Copy.
Yep. I flipped all the way to off. I'm just going to try to get it back. Copy. And then I see you reach in there to assist. And I got it, Drew. I got it into press.
Okay, I see you some press. Good job.
Okay, copy. EV1, EV2 are in press. Goose, if you could check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
MPEV is closed.
Okay, we're going to start the repress. We'll be throttling, and let us know if it gets uncomfortable at all. We're going to start out nice slow.
We copy. Copy.
Christina, that's just barely off, and let me know, and we can walk it up.
I'm good. Christina, you good? I'm also good. Hey, you can bring it up.
Okay, copy. We're going to dial it up a little bit.
And repressurization is underway. Morgan guiding the two spacewalking astronauts back to the pressurization of the International Space Station. Repress started at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That puts our program elapsed time, the total spacewalking time for today, at 6 hours, 58 minutes. Station flying 268 statute miles, now over Chile, crossing over Argentina here soon. Again, that program elapsed time, the total spacewalking time for today, 6 hours, 58 minutes. Starting the repressurization sequence at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. Once again, the pressurization is sequential, so we'll make our way up to 5 pounds per square inch, pausing for a leak check.
Hey, I'm okay with more. Are you, Christina? Yep, I'm also good. Hey, you can pick it up.
For reporting purposes, I just adjusted my CCD, and it is currently at max hot. There's no issue with that for the team.
No issues from Houston with max hot.
Copy. There's 2 PSI, and the rate is good for me, and I could go faster if I wanted to, but it's fine.
I concur. We can bump it up, Drew.
Copy. We'll bump it up a little. Good with that?
I'm good.
I'm good too.
And there's 3 PSI. PSI.
CSI.
We're going to pause and wait 2 minutes here for pressure to stabilize, and then we'll do our leak check.
Copy.
Currently holding steady at 5 pounds per square inch. This is a normal check just to make sure there are no leaks. After this leak check, they'll proceed back up to the pressurization of the International Space Station at 14.7 psi.
Starting our 1 minute leak check.
Copy.
Hey, Jess and Christina, we got a good leak check. Check that your gloves are switched off. Heaters are switched off.
In work. EV1 heaters are off. EV2 heaters are off.
Copy, and any contamination on gloves to report.
No contamination for EV1. Negative EV2.
Okay, copy. Let's take your O2 actuators to IV.
In work. EV1 is an IV. EV2 is an IV.
Copy. EV1, EV2 are both in IV, and we're going to resume the repress, and we'll walk it back up to norm again. Starting repress.
Good leak check at 5 pounds per square inch, heading up to the pressurization of the station, 14.7. Making its way a little past 6 psi at this point.
Guys feel comfortable with that rate?
Yeah, heard you. Yep.
Morgan checking on the rate. Everything looks good from the other side as well. A few stats for you while they're repressurizing up to the pressurization of the International Space Station. This was EVA 63, the 63rd conducted out of the Quest airlock, the 226th in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. For Christina Koch, this was her 6th spacewalk, but in 2020 was the 2nd conducted of this year. It's the 8th of 9 spacewalks planned for Expedition 61. Even at 8, we're at a record for all-time number of spacewalks during a single expedition. For Jessica Meir, this will be the 3rd of her career, totaling 21 hours and 44 minutes. For Christina Koch, it's the 6th spacewalk of her career, totaling at 42 hours 15 minutes. That's number 21 for all spacewalking time, cumulative spacewalking time for any astronaut. 3rd for women, just behind Peggy Whitson and Sunny Williams. Today's spacewalk lasted again 6 hours 58 minutes, wrapping up at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. The total spacewalking time for all 226 spacewalks that have been in support of space station assembly and maintenance come out to 59 days, 6 hours, and 10 minutes. Again, this was the 8th of 9 spacewalks conducted during Expedition 61.
Copy.
Morgan and Pomertano will head out the hatch this Saturday for that 9th spacewalk, and that's to complete the work, the repair work done on the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Say your last again, Christina.
That was 10 psi.
Copy.
Repressurization going as planned, a little more than 10 pounds per square inch at this point. Again, we're getting just above 14 pounds per square inch, about the same that you would find at sea level on Earth.
CSI.
Copy.
And Drew, did you say you're at norm?
Yeah, we're at norm. Do you want me to slow it down?
No, norm is fine. Just want to make sure we were there. Okay.
Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano guiding Jessica Meir and Christina Koch through the repressurization process. A little more than 13 psi at this point.
Okay, we're just about fully repressed, and we're going to be transitioning into the post-repress procedure.
Copy, thank you. Copy.
The crew lock fully pressurized. Morgan now working to open the hatch and work the procedures to get our two spacewalking astronauts who just completed a 6-hour, 58-minute spacewalk to fully upgrade the power upgrades, the battery upgrades on the far port truss of the International Space Station, get them back inside the equipment lock, and start removing the suit components so they can finally eat after a long day's work. Facing towards the camera is Christina Koch.
Airlock Houston on 1. The ground is put in step 4 for post-EVA in work. You're a go to continue through that step.
Houston Airlock copies.
And we're going to continue the comm on Space to Ground 1. I'll let you know when it switches.
We will continue on 1.
Airlock Houston on 1. Step 4 is complete. You are no longer hot mic'd.
Morgan and Parmitano walking the two spacewalking astronauts through the procedures to get the suits off. One of the first steps is to remove the safer unit. This is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Provides propulsion that would propel them back to the station in the unlikely event they were to become untethered. But you heard the various checks and verifications throughout today's spacewalk for that tether configuration. Christina Koch, the first into the hatch. You can see the umbilical. Now that they're inside the station, no longer relying on the portable systems, connected to the station systems, providing the consumables they need, water and oxygen. Again, Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan walking Christina Koch, who's currently in the equipment lock on the forward end of the camera. Andrew Morgan in the crew lock, all the way in the back, grabbing Jessica Meir, EV1, the suit with the red stripes. They're communicating with them through their comm units on the equipment lock. No longer hot mic'd, or which gives them the ability to talk through the suits immediately to the space to grounds, now hooked up to the inside of the equipment lock to talk with their suit IVs. That position being held by Luca Parmitano and Andrew Morgan, walking them through the procedures to doff or take off the suits. Again, one of the first steps is to take off the safer unit. This is at the bottom of their sort of backpack area that provides life support, comm equipment, and all the necessary systems to conduct the spacewalk. That safer unit will be the first one removed. You can see the handles being worked by Luca Parmitano now. Jessica Meir in the suit on the right, the suit with the red stripes. Safer unit is removed. Now getting into position to start removing some of the equipment. Some of the first things to be removed will be the tether configuration containing all the tools they needed. Sort of their workspace on their chest, where they were able to access their tethers and tools throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Some of those tools, including the pistol grip tool, which you can see at the right waist of Christina Koch on the left there. Again, Morgan and Parmitano walking through the procedures to doff or remove the suits from Christina Koch on the left and Jessica Meir from the right, who just completed a 6-hour, 58-minute spacewalk. This includes removing some of the tools that they had attached to them, the safer units, which were at the base or the bottom of the portable life support system backpack of the suits. Some of the procedures include turning the, making sure the lights and the cameras on their helmets are off. And of course, they'll be removing the gloves and helmet. losing video communication from the International Space Station as we've experienced throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Still sitting here with the Orbit 2 team who have been overseeing the procedures for today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling. It's been Stephanie Wilson who has been the ground IV, the voice to Christina Koch and Jessica Meir throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Now that responsibility handed over to Mark Vandehei. You see seated next to Stephanie Wilson on the far end of this screen. But right now, the step-by-step procedures in the hands of the suit IVs. That's the responsibility of Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano walking through the steps to get Christina Koch and Jessica Meir out of the suits. They've had a long day. That 6-hour and 58-minute runtime just includes from the time they switched their power to battery power, and this was after the suits were in the crew lock, and the crew lock itself was depressurized, ready to exit the hatch, and through the repressurization process. They've spent a number of hours before, and now you can tell even after, before they actually get out of the suits. The gloves of Meir and Koch have been removed. The suits themselves will have to go through some maintenance activities once they are removed, and Christina Koch and Jessica Meir are removed from the suits. Oh. Both helmets off. They'll continue to work through the procedures to remove the helmet absorption pads and the remainder of the suit, and go through the maintenance activities to get the suits once again ready for spacewalking again this Saturday. Morgan and Parmitano, currently suit RVs, will take the position inside the suits and wrap up the series of spacewalks, the fourth in a series of 4, to repair the thermal power that cools the alpha magnetic spectrometer, a scientific experiment gathering data that may reveal the origins of the universe. Again, a successful spacewalk this Martin Luther King Day by Jessica Meir and Christina Koch, 6 hours and 58 minutes, completing the battery upgrades on the Port 6 truss. Port 6, both the 4B and 2B power channels now complete with 6 new lithium-ion batteries, 3 lithium-ion batteries per channel. That work being done and setting the scene for the 9th and final spacewalk planned for Expedition 61 for Morgan and Parmitano to complete the work on the alpha magnetic spectrometer, setting a record for a total number of spacewalks in a single expedition. Until then, the crew will continue removing themselves from the suit and beginning some of the standard maintenance procedures to check out the suits, making sure they're ready for the next spacewalk coming up on Saturday. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.